Very
Oh,
nice.
also my sex life, uwu. I did miss an uwu. I need you to actually
Oh
scream,
man,
Benji.
that's so loud though.
It's gonna peak.
I got my window open. It shouldn't peak. I have a compressor.
No? Well, for me it will, because I don't have that.
Scree. There you go.
Hey, Sleepy Bill.
That's
How's everybody doing?
that's more of a reet, like a pig squeal.
That's true. Pig scree. Hi, baby. Butcha, butcha, butcha. Hello, cat. It's a good purring sound. I finally am not dead. I'm so glad you're not dead. I am slightly dead.
How are you too?
I'm good.
Yeah, how are you too?
Slightly dead. How are you too?
Oh, mine says book club reading 2. I should probably change that to reading 3.
You lie. You lie like a rug.
Okay. I'm
How are you slightly dead? I had a busy work week.
I'm aware that I'm kind of low energy. I apologize.
Well, that's all good. It might be just a bit of a low energy stream. Mostly dead.
My energy might
mostly
increase.
dead.
But...
Yeah, as we talk about the book, true.
I'm only mostly dead.
I
don't.
would like
That
to
was
say
not
that I
the right voice. That was like a Merlin voice or something.
mostly dead. Yeah.
An Eladin voice.
Difference between all dead, or no, there's between mostly dead and all dead. There we go. Yeah, I caught up to. I think I had about 30, 40 pages left, and I was like last night, and then I was like, no, I'm too tired. I'm just gonna go to bed. And so I got up at 6:50 a.m. and I read the rest of the section this morning before I went to work. Oh yeah.
Can you?
It was all about it.
How's Acme's volume on my stream?
Oh yeah, am I am I loud?
You sound
Wait,
fine to me, so.
Yeah, let me get my phone out. I can test it.
The wonders of compression.
BT Live sounds perfect.
Always.
As expected.
I don't just sound perfect.
Well, I am perfect.
Oh, I can do show and tell time.
Yeah, go for it.
I can hear my voice.
Sorry, I was just listening for me. I can hear me fine on your stream. Also, can we increase Ekami's volume on this stream or on Benji's?
I do taste perfect. It's true.
Am I low on Benji's stream or am I low on my stream?
On yours,
Okay.
nobody's in my chat.
On mine? Oh, I'm on Ekami's stream. Okay. How is that? I'm actually gonna take down Benji's voice a little bit.
What?
What?
What is the airspeed velocity of an
unladen
unladen swallow?
Oops. Your face is covered. There we go. There we go. You sound fine to me. I'll get a little closer. Bring in the mic. Boo.
It's show and tell time. I made this.
Let me see. What did you make? What is? That looks nice.
It's the headstock. What do you call it? That's not the right word, but
Is it the rest?
For the instrument, it's the pegboard.
Pegboard.
The bit that has the pegs on it for strings.
Oh, okay. Got it.
This is the top.
Gotcha. Nice. Smooth. Smooth as fuck.
Yeah. You can see the carving.
A skateboard ramp. Do some sick kick flips.
And this is
Smooth.
belly that I've carved out.
Oh, that's cool. Nice.
Yeah, that took some effort.
I was gonna say, I don't know how would you have gone about that?
Uh, Chisel.
Oh,
Lots of
just
chiseling.
pure chisel. Fair enough.
Well, yeah, I chiseled out the bottom, and then I somewhat chiseled out the. Sorry, I chiseled the inside, and then the outside I somewhat chiseled out, and then I kind of took a belt sander to it to thin it out.
Nice. How are you, by the way, Guru and Fireball? Nice to have you. Every time I see a pic of that, it makes me think of a comically large sanitary pad that's way too rigid. Oof.
What?
I think it looks fine. Day off today. Ooh, nice. That sounds excellent. I've got a week off next week, but it's because I have to go to a conference. I'm doing academic things.
Ew.
Thinking. It'll be fun. Well, I'm not presenting. I'm just helping to organize it.
Oh.
I get to enjoy things. Except, well, then I also have to do tech support, which is annoying. But whatever.
Either way, thinking. Ew.
It's mostly gonna be me just like watching occasionally and then sneaking in chapters of Name in the Wind.
So I have a statement I need to make.
Statement. Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I would like to apologize in advance for the fact that there have been 2 factors that have broken my brain recently in terms of the fact that I will bring up the Wheel of Time about 300 times this stream, and that is number 1. I just listened to the whole audiobook all the way through of
nice.
the first book, so
Nice.
that's stuck in my brain.
Mm.
Since we did this last, I did the whole book.
Nice.
Actually, I did it in a week.
Damn. Nice.
Driving. We'll do that. 33 hours worth of audio.
God damn.
But
Oh, you're a fan? I didn't know that.
the other thing is they just released the season 2 release date, which will be September 1st, and I'm like vibrating in place.
Looks real good. Very excited.
So yeah,
It will be mentioned. You have been warned.
my brain is not gonna be able to think of anything else for the next 3 months.
Nice. Oh, a work conference. What are you cosplaying as during the con? Businesshuman? I'm cosplaying as a conference organizer for a Nordic Studies conference. It's not even related to the work that I get paid for. I just volunteer for it.
Nice.
But they're a good group of people.
Everyone likes a little bit of volunteering.
Yeah. And luckily it's in a city that's nearby to me. Like usually we go all over Canada for different conferences.
All over
But
Canada?
this time, all over Canada. We stay within Canada. But this year we're in Ontario, so it's like a city over from me. But I've also been to like I went to Saskatchewan for one conference. They had another conference in BC. I didn't go to that one because it's too expensive.
You say a city over from me, but it's Canada, so there's like nothingness in between for 100 miles.
I'm in the urban area. I'm near cities. I'm southern Ontario.
Like 90% of Canada is wilderness.
That's true. It takes like, how long was it? Like 3.5 hours to get from like here to Thunder Bay by plane. It's insane. That's within Ontario. It's like the northernmost part.
It's because the planes just move slower around there.
Canada doesn't have cities.
Planes go faster at the top, though.
Hmm?
Planes go faster at the top.
At the top? What are you talking about?
If you ever look at a flat projection of a map, and you see the kind of the U.S. is kind of more or less a stupid-looking rectangle.
Yeah.
the amount of time it takes to fly from Greenland to Alaska
Mm.
is significantly less than it takes to fly from Newfoundland to
Oh.
ya boy, the other side of Canada.
Fair, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah.
And that's the fault of the projection.
Mm.
And that would be if you were following the same arc, which you wouldn't do because that'd be stupid because you just fly over the North Pole
True.
when you're that close.
Never been to a conference, not important enough to need to go to one, and not wealthy enough to go for fun. Yeah. Usually the last few conferences I've done have been like I'm entirely virtual, so it hasn't cost me anything. So but we're used to doing in-person conferences, so since COVID, this is the first one we've done in like 3 years in person. And I did not miss conference fees. Holy shit, they're expensive. even when I'm just like transiting on the Go bus or on the Go train or whatever, which takes like an hour and a half for me to get there. Yeah, that's the name of our metro system here. It's just called the Go.
Oh yeah, maps are great. Hola, soy Dora.
That means this one in Spanish. Have you actually seen the video of someone saying it and she gets hit in the face with a sandwich?
Yeah.
It's great. Soy Dora.
So one
Go bus emoji.
I'll get in one last wheel of time before we start. I don't know if you saw my latest post in that channel.
Mm-mm.
The new Spider-Man game just released a cinematic, not a cinematic, a gameplay trailer.
Ooh.
Or reveal or whatever, like 2 hours ago.
Oh my god! Okay.
And in the opening cinematic, Kraven the Hunter looks at the camera and says, "The great hunt begins."
He's a fan of the Wheel of Time.
which if you don't understand why that's funny,
so
that's literally the exact quote from the promotional material of the of the new season released date
that just got like announced today.
Yeah, like hours before.
That's hilarious.
They're in cahoots. There's also a great thread that I also posted where this is back in, well, the people have been like trying to figure out when it will be, and this one guy's just like going super conspiracy theory, just for fun, I guess.
Yeah.
And back in April, he had this crazy like chain of events that he all linked to September 1st.
Oh my god!
Based on all the things that the promotional people had like done. It was like, oh, they used 9 letters in this word, so that must mean September. And it's like, geez, and he was right.
That's hilarious. Oh my god! People are just having fun.
It makes me wonder whether they were actually having or meaning to do that, or if he just found. Just got extremely lucky.
That's fair. Also, I think I got a donation, so I didn't get a notification. So let me just thank someone real quick.
A donation?
Yeah, because that's a hefty donation. Who donated? An anonymous gifter. Oh, I don't even know if this was today, but maybe it was. Gifted $100. Good lord.
Jeez,
thank you.
That's like definitely $10.
I know. Thank you for the charity donation. We'll include that in the count. So that means that I've reached the second threshold. I'm gonna do a cooking stream, probably in June at this rate. But
what are you gonna
cook? Oh, I don't know. It was gonna be a recipe that I've either made or like put together based on other recipes. But because the first one I did was fried rice, which was peanut fried rice. I don't know. I'd have to think about it.
I made chicken vodka sauce with Mezzi Rigatoni.
Wow. Very nice. That sounds really good.
That's what I had tonight.
It sounds delightful.
Yeah, it was great.
Chicken vodka. Hey, Prince.
Vodka chicken. Yeah, hey Prince. How's it going? Don't look at that screen. Look at this.
FTR wasn't me. That's really cool.
Wasn't me?
Well, I'm gonna just verbally shout out the anonymous gifter because that's very nice. Because that, like, it says up top that we're at 330. We're actually at, like, I think combined, it's probably closer to, not quite full. Well, no, it's probably close to 400 now. So we're getting there. Very close. Damn, son.
Damn, son. Where'd you find that? I have no idea what that's from. It's just like an old, like, MLG soundbite.
Yeah. All right. Well, shall we get going?
Yeah, I guess we got to do an intro. Huh?
Do you want to do the? I think you've been starting off the intros.
Welcome
to Jurassic Park.
To Jurassic Park.
That is one I'd love to. It's one I'd like to actually read for book club. I do have that one too.
I always forget it's a book.
Yeah, it's by Michael Crichton. The man, the myth, the legend.
Jurassic Park. Giraffic Park. Isabook.
Yeah. Jurassic Park is such a good book. Oh yeah, you've read it, eh, Guru? Nice. Yeah, I want to read it at some point.
All right, you ready?
Shall we get going? Yep.
No. Actually, I say that it does help to make a loud noise when you when you're editing. You can just snap right to it and say, "Oh, there it is."
Sure. All right.
Ow! That actually really hurt. Michael Crichton. From Liverpool. Or whatever the
Liverpool? No.
Yeah, I think that's the is it Edinburgh? No.
No, it's like Edinburgh or
there's a word for that.
Dublin or something.
There's a word for that name. Sorry, there's a name for that type of language.
Like type of tone.
And it's I think it's from that region, but it's not named after that region. Where they do the Michael Crichton, they throw those and it's whatever. All right.
Nice. Well, Guru, you're only off, I think, by like one letter for Crichton. So if that helps, you're close. Okay.
Thick.
Do you find that name rising? Biggos. I have a story to tell about that, by the way, but I'll wait.
Hello and welcome to our third reading of The Knave of the Wind by Patrick Rothfuss, where we will be discussing chapters 41 through 61. 42.
42?
Where are we starting this? Oh my god. That's like it's at least three mistakes.
Yeah, that's fair. It is 42, I thought.
It's 42, 61, yeah.
Yes, because it started with bloodless, correct?
Ye.
Okay.
Bloodless.
We start again. Bloodless.
Hello and welcome. No, I can't. My brain it broke.
Hello there.
Hello there. General Kenobi. My favorite one of those is when it's Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about. He's on the bench. It's so good.
Hello, and welcome to our third reading of The Name of the Wind, Patrick Rothfuss. in this book club, which we still don't have a name for because we are procrastinators and can't think of one. Today we're going to be discussing chapters 42 through 61, and then we're going to be having our typical discussion at the end and figuring out what we're going to read next. So, yeah, have fun.
Enjoy.
Pieces of Reese's.
Cool. That works for me.
Perfect. Excellent.
Perfect.
No notes.
No notes. First try. All right, cool.
Well, I guess just jump right in.
I guess we got to get into it, yeah.
Getting into it with Ben Foddy.
Oh god.
Where are we?
All right.
I'm so excited to be very, very annoyed.
Yeah, there's some moments. I quite like this section, but there are a lot of iffy moments.
Did you find the exact one that I was?
Oh, I read it on Discord, but I had a feeling it was around there. Yeah, no, that's fair. We'll get to it.
All right. Chapter 42, Bloodless. So Kvothe is caught using Nalroot, which and I should specify in these descriptions they are train of thought, and I will read them as they're written because so just so you know.
Enjoy.
So, yeah. Kvothe is caught using Nalroot, no consequences, and is stitched up without anesthetic. He doesn't bleed, and a girl tells him he has nice skin.
Yep. That's a good summary. Yeah, this was I mean it was a carryover from the previous chapters, just kind of like explain things I guess a little bit more.
We kind of stopped chapter early.
Yeah. But that's okay. I liked when the young woman was like kind of stitching him up.
You got nice skin.
She's like, "Wow, such nice skin." And then the master's like, "Oh my god, this is a medical area. You can't say that." She's like, "No, it's like super nice. Like it's like healthy skin." And he's like, "Oh, thanks." Like,
can I have some?
Can I have your skin? Let me touch your skin.
Let me eat your bones.
Give me them bones. No, it was good. But no, the whole time I just kept thinking of him explaining like the effects of the Nalroot and then why he didn't bleed. All I could fucking think of the whole time was just the fucking scene from, I think it's Dodgeball or I don't remember, but it's the nobody makes me bleed my own blood.
I haven't actually seen that.
I think it's Dodgeball. I don't remember, but anyway, just in my head. Hi, no volume. Thank you, Glow.
Hi, Glow.
Hello. Hi.
Just so they can hear us, because volume.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, no volume. Nah.
Yeah, that chapter for me was just another chapter. Nothing stuck out. Although I will say I was annoyed by the fact that he does yet another thing that no one's ever thought of before, and he has no consequences from it. Like,
I mean, he's doped up as all hell for the next chapter, but
yeah. So until next chapter, then he has consequences. Yeah. So I did write that a little prematurely. But it does seem, I'm constantly annoyed that he's just like, la-di-da-di-da, I invented a new technique of doing things that's actually really obvious, but nobody somehow ever thought of it before, and also no consequences for it, and I'm the best.
I think they're just amused to this point where they're just like, fuck around and find out. You'll get into some shit somehow. It's not going to be this one because this is funny, but it's just constantly that. Like, they're just amused by him.
I think the problem with it isn't, I mean, it's Mary Sue, whatever, who cares? But what's the problem I have is that when I when things go too well for a character for too long, I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop constantly. It's like a karma thing. Like the more good things that happen, the more likely you are to have a bad thing around the corner.
Right. Yeah.
So anyway, on to the bad thing around the corner. Chapter 43, The Flickering Way. The Flickering Way. The Flickering Way. The Flickering Way. However you want to.
Way.
However you want to accent that syllable.
Mm.
Kvothe tries. I need to restart that. That was
That's
far
fine. Yeah,
too
go
meandering. Chapter 43, The Flickering Way. Kvothe tries to get into the archives and finally does something about sexual harassment. Finally.
Yeah.
Ambrose tricks him into using a candle in the archives, which, duh. And he is banned from the archives. He also finds some weird-ass copper door with 4 locks.
Yeah.
Which...
that was interesting.
Does make me... He did mention there was a copper door later on. There's another copper door, and I was like...
Yeah, it's mentioned a few times in these readings, or this section.
I'm also 100% sure that he's going to break back into the archives at some point because of that. Chekhov's
I wonder
door.
if that'll yeah. I wonder if that'll like toss him out too, because I know like Glow had said last week, and we were reminded that he was kicked out of the university at some point. So maybe that's the straw. Yeah, no, the whole thing with when Ambrose was like, oh yeah, no, here, take a candle. Like, I'll give you this one for free, easy. I was like, Kvothe, the only reason you're doing this is because you're doped to high heaven right now. You would never do this. Like,
I actually didn't make the connection that was a bad thing. Well, I thought,
oh really?
I thought like, open flame the archives. That's not great. But then I didn't like think like, oh, he's tricking him into using a candle.
Yeah.
Until after. Like
I just never trusted Ambrose. I was like, fuck
I
this
would
guy.
have been as Kvothe. I would have been uncomfortable using a candle in that room. However, I didn't think Ambrose was tricking him until I realized that Ambrose was tricking him.
Yeah, to realize that Ambrose is truly a dickbag.
Yikes on Ambrose.
Big yikes. Yeah, I felt so bad for that poor girl. Like, I mean, I'm glad that she like they were able to get out of it, but oh my god, I was just like, get away, please, no. Yeah, and then he's banned, and he's still banned by the end of the section.
I don't know what it is, but the Loran being mad at him is extra like hurtful.
Well, because he's just so stoic. He's just like, cool, but then you mess around with his archives and potentially almost burn them down, and he's like, oh, you've incurred my wrath. Yeah. This was a good chapter, as one of the, I think, the first chapters in this reading anyway that we did, that it's starting to give more details, information, like snippets into the personalities of each of the masters and like what their whole deal is or what they care about. Because like that was my issue with the last time we read, where it was like it named a bunch of names, and I got a handle on like we had some conversations with Lauren, so I got a little bit more there. But for the most part, it was like, and this is the master of naming, and this is the master of artificing and all that. And I'm like,
and this is the weirdo guy we don't talk about.
Eladin, I can't wait.
Jeez.
But yeah, good chapter overall. Sad for Kvothe, but good chapter.
just off the back of being whipped.
Yeah. Poor guy.
Chapter 44, The Burning Glass. Kvothe meets with Kilvin, not Kelvin, at the artificery, which is also called the fishery because that's hilarious. And sees Kilvin's attempts at making eternal lamps. Then he and his friends hang out at the bar, and they kind of tell him to suck up to Kilvin.
Mm. Yeah, that was it. It felt like an introductory kind of chapter again.
And that was one of the that was one of the passages that Glow cited as proof that Savoy and what's his name?
Simon?
Simon are like definitely there's something going on there.
There's something going on. Yeah. I think, and there was another chapter that hinted at that to me for Simon, but we'll get there because it's a later chapter. With Savoy, though, I believe this was the chapter where he was like, I'm going to go off and meet a lady friend and I'll see y'all later. And so I was like, oh, okay, like good for Savoy. And then I remember just reading the server, the young server girl come back and she was like, well, here's your tab. He didn't pay any of it, but here you go. And here's extra because he touched my butt. And I was like, no, Savoy, my boy, come on. You're going on a date. Why? It was quite funny.
Do you think, this is kind of getting ahead of ourselves, but do you think that person he was going to see was the person later?
I think so. Yes. Now that we've met someone who he was seeing in future chapters.
Yeah.
I have a lot to discuss about that too. I have questions. I'm like,
my notes start to go a bit spicy then. Can you hear that?
Was it like a scraping?
Yeah, dishes.
Oh, it's very light.
Okay. Chapter 45. Interlude. Some tavern tale. Kvothe tells that his story is basically just not some story, and that it's like better. He's a story hipster.
Yeah, that was chapter 45, you said?
Yeah, it wasn't very long.
Yeah.
There were a few very short chapters here.
Yeah. That's 56. I went too far. 46. Oh, here we go. Yeah.
I'll let you figure it out.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, he just kind of goes more into what he's talking. Like, he got a little bit into like his emotions and like what he felt when he was there. I don't think I really had anything else to say about it because it was just like a little.
I intentionally wrote a very short sentence because I thought, man, this doesn't require a lot of thought.
Yeah, it's fair. Yeah, whenever an interlude comes up and if I'm doing notes, I'm like, oh yeah, one sentence, let's go. Usually they're not long.
One of them was like less than a page, and I actually wrote more than that, complaining about the fact that it was less than a page.
That's fair.
All right, chapter 46. The ever-changing wind. This is a good one. Kvothe tells Elladan, who is basically find out is a crazy asshole, and he's also the namer person, to let him study. The master namer. He asks him to let him study naming, but Elladan basically says no a bunch of times, and then shows Kvothe the asylum, and he demonstrates destroying a stone wall by speaking its name. After getting realizing the name had changed, and then saying it again. And then he tells Kvothe to jump off a balcony, and Kvothe's like, alright, and he jumps off the balcony and breaks all his ribs. And then Elladan says, no, I'm not going to teach you, you're a reckless idiot.
I really enjoyed this chapter for a lot of different reasons. One of the lines that there's a couple lines that stood out to me, I think, but like in terms of just I had to reread them because they amused me so much. But one of them was when Kavoth is going to walk, he's walking alongside Elodin and he's kind of like waiting for him to like tell him to do something, but he's trying not to give in, ask questions. So he's like walking with him and eventually he's like, why won't you teach me? And Elodin's like, you do not have the testicular fortitude to learn under me. And I went, God damn, boy, okay. So that was amusing. I was like, ooh, I'm gonna like Elodin. And then what the interesting thing I found was them going through Haven, and like obviously like he, you know, he's kind of known there, and he was like, I have like he seems to be like he's looking after a specific person.
Well,
who's in
he's from
the
there.
asylum because he was there for many years. But there was I believe he was an arcanist that they found. He was in a very like in a padded room, and he like was like, oh, like he was just terrified, like he was like clutching his body and
Actually
he was in the corner.
full on crazy.
Yeah. But like I mean that was an interesting thing to show Kavoth, because I mean it's the first that we've seen anyway of like what happens to people who like, I don't know, like if just arcane magic, sympathy, any of that is just too much for someone, like it can really mess with you.
We haven't really gotten much of an explanation as to what
something
like,
happened
mentally that can do to you. I mean, we've seen physically what the dangers are, but we've only been told this is dangerous for your mental health, and then not actually told why. So it's kind of a bit like
I feel
confusing.
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, it is confusing. Yeah, because I feel like Rothfuss is the one to more show than tell, but not show immediately. Like he'll talk about it, he'll bring it up maybe again later. Because I do think he's gonna talk about it. Yeah, I wondered about like what it would mean to like what would be the cause of it. I was like, oh, is it something where like, I don't know, maybe people try to like, I was trying to think of like, is there a mental strain that could come from, I
like,
mean,
literally they just do it too much and they're too stressed,
maybe. And maybe or maybe it's affecting like, maybe it could be something physical, like affecting blood flow to the brain as well, because like there is the example later of like using your own body heat to heat up something, and that fucks with your body temperature.
If you link your brain to your I don't know.
I will hook up my brain
to a
and
book.
link it to this tree.
Link it to a book. There you go.
Yeah. The book that is the answer to life, the universe, and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's too much.
That's how sympathy
Too
works.
much knowledge. Yeah.
So we sort of discussed this a tiny bit, but it's a we sort of discussed this earlier, but with the rock wall that he destroys, he says the name. He says like stone or something. Which is dumb.
Yeah, in the chapter, in this one, yeah.
But then it doesn't work, and he goes closer to it, and he like listens to it or something. I don't know. It touches it.
Yeah,
and then he says, "Oh, they changed it."
Yeah.
And he says a different word, and it falls apart. And he remarks the fact that the copper lining that they'd put in it was new. So
yeah.
That gives me two thoughts. One, they can change. The names of things can change, which makes what Voth did even more stupid. But also, what makes them change? And I'm wondering if they just change, or it's because they put the copper in it, so it wasn't quite the same. So he had to figure out the name again.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about it as well, what you were saying too, in that like why it was stupid for Kavoth to try naming the wind at a young age too, is because the wind is always changing. Well, that makes sense. Um, I took that when he was noticing the copper lining. I took that as they put when they built the brick, they put it or built or like they mm, like they did something to the stone to actually insert it in. Um, I assume that's what they did, but I don't know. Like, could something like I don't know if something like rusts over or something. Does the rust? Oh, Mochi, thank you for the raid. I'm sorry my alert's not going off, but thank you.
Hey, Mochi people. Just a heads up,
Hi.
if Mochi didn't already warn you. Um, if you have any worry about spoilers for The Name of the Wind,
Yes.
we are talking about chapters 42 through 61, so
Quite far in.
we're quite far in.
Hello.
So if you don't care, feel free to stick around. If you care, get out of here. What?
My sound alert was so delayed, it only played now. Holy shit.
Wait, for the raid or for the
raid?
Not for the donation.
No.
That would have been really late.
That would have been hilarious. Thank you for the follow, Ashen One. Oh, honey. I was finishing up stressful stuff, so I was like, we're going to book club.
Hell yeah.
Hell
book
yeah.
Club time.
Nice. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate that. Let me give you a shout
out.
Studio Mochi. It might be slightly delayed on my end, but I will shout you out.
We're going to book club.
Go to book club. I'm just gonna see how long this takes to shout out. I don't know what'll happen. That's fine. Mochi absolutely destroyed that Valkyrie. Ooh, you playing God of War? Hell yeah, you beat God of War. Let's go. The Valkyries are difficult. Nice. Like after 30 minutes.
So they reference the Valkyries a lot in the second game. However, the playthrough I watched of it, they never did anything even closely regarding or like closely related to the Valkyries. I didn't even know they were a thing. So I'm watching the second game playthrough and going, what the fuck are they talking about? You fought Valkyries with your kid?
That's hilarious. So yeah, they're an optional thing.
It feels weird for the main story to be discussing optional things from the first game, but whatever.
Oh, so they make it main story in the second one, I see.
Yeah.
Valkyries are mostly optional, so you have to seek them out. Yeah, I think do you encounter one in the story for the first game? I don't remember fighting any of them. I think I tried and then I was like, nope, not gonna do this. Bye. You're seeking out the punishment, yes. Well, thank you for the follow, Ashen One. Also, we're doing a charity stream, or at least I am. Because all month I'm doing charity streams for.
Yeah, if you donate to me, it goes to me.
When you donate to me, it goes to charity. Yeah, so there's all the info. The donate link I'll drop here too. But subs, bits, all that, they also go towards it, just revenue from that. I'm gonna be having the campaign run till May 31st, so there's still time if you don't want to, if you can't donate now but could donate later. So there you go. But also I appreciate you just having you. Thank you. So we were discussing Eladin and also the naming of objects if they have certain things that are. Duh! Thank you for the subscription, Mochi! 18 whole months of love! Thank you. I'm sorry my alerts aren't working. I don't know why they're not. I might have to fix that later. Poll. Hi, yes, no. Where's the secret third option, Benji?
You don't get one. It's a secret.
Fuck off. Woo, thank you so much. I'll add that to the counter at the end of the month. Thank you. Appreciate that. If anyone's not following Mochi, please go follow Mochi. She's wonderful. They're wonderful.
And from now on, there's spoilers. You've been warned.
Yes. Yes. So
it's your own damn fault.
Yeah, so it was interesting when you were talking about the different makeups, because I did think, as I was saying, I did think that it was like they had put in the copper and change the name of it
Yeah.
as a result. But I was going to say that I wonder about if something, I don't know, rusts over time, if there's like something that corrodes it, does that change it?
I would
Does
assume
wear
so.
do anything? Yeah.
Like,
So that's yeah.
stone really doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
Stone's pretty solid and static. I mean, it does really, really slowly, but it does. It just
Yeah.
it's so slowly that it wouldn't be noticeable.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
I would imagine something like rust would.
Yeah. Thank you for the donation, Mochi. Appreciate it. You already subscribed. You didn't have to, but thank you. I definitely. Oh yeah, we're definitely reaching that 500. I think. Anyway. Anyway, yes, I like that chapter. The sorry, I keep getting distracted. What's your point, Vanessa? Yeah, thank you, Mochi. I really like this chapter for getting more into Elodin's character and also just the idea that the names of things can change. I thought that was neat. And I thought it was fucking hysterical that Kvath just the whole time is like, I could tell that Elodin was on the cusp of taking me on as a student. I knew that I had him in my hands. And so he's like, what can I do to make you accept me as a student? He goes, jump off the roof. And Kvath just fucking stares at him and leaps, and
He
he's
just
like,
yeets.
he just yeets, and then he goes, and I felt like I was floating on air, and I went, oh shit, because he said like Ellen raised his hand a little bit, but then he just fucking lands on the ground and breaks his ribs in his neck, and he goes, oh, the pain was unbearable. And that was when I decided I would study under Master Kilvin, the other guy.
And I don't think we've even talked to Eladin since.
No, I'm pretty sure he's just doing his own thing.
I do wonder whether that's a bait, like a full-on bait and switch. Like,
I think so.
like we're never gonna see him again. Like, that's
Oh my god,
pointless.
it would kill me. That'd be so funny.
That'd be great.
I fully expect that at this point from Rothfuss, because there's been so many chapters where we're introduced by name to a character and we never see them again. At least not yet.
Well, at least
But,
one time.
Yeah, it's true. Well, because I would say the Caravan husband and wife duo, haven't seen them since. Don't think we will, but them. And then also the father, I think, and the son in Tarbaean, like, to have the farm, like, they were named, and then they
Oh yeah, Jake.
never seen again. Is it Jake? Yeah.
Yeah, Jake and Jerry.
But yeah,
I definitely wrote that down.
good chapter. Enjoyed it.
Jake.
Oh, okay.
And
Gerald.
I,
I'm riding high on dopamine.
I
Hell
care
fucking
now.
yeah.
I
care now.
now.
I need to know. I don't think I've written it down, unfortunately. That was a while ago.
I did write it down. Where the hell is it?
A while ago.
Seth.
Seth
And Jake. Which technically are both biblical names. Except I don't think any of the apostles were named Jake.
No. Fair enough.
Or,
Hi here for a little bit. Where are we in the discussion? We just finished talking about the Elodin chapter.
Yes.
Elodin.
Hey, Glow.
Hey.
Accept my friend requests on Discord so I can send you the document. Or else.
Send. This is a threat.
Oh, you did? Okay. Okay. I'm watching you. It's a very large file, so It's like 500 meg.
Extremely huge.
There's a lot of
ginormous.
There's like 30 hours worth of, maybe 25 hours worth of reading in that 500 megs.
Hell yeah. I can get around to that probably after my conference.
Nope, not megs, kilobytes, 500 kilobytes.
I was actually going to say, I was like, 500 megs? God damn, yeah. All right.
Megabytes would be like pictures, probably.
That'd be thick.
Thick. Where were we?
We were just finishing 45.
Oh, we were talking about named characters.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have anything more to say about 46?
I think those are the main pieces. I want to learn more about the mental strain, because we will talk a little bit more in each of these chapters about the physical. And I liked it.
Glow, I also sent a thing in one of the other chats explaining how what to expect, because it needs explanation.
It was 46.
Yeah, that was 46.
Yeah.
Always expect the unexpected.
Jonathan, how you doing? Hi, friend. How goes? I'm doing a charity stream.
And that's the chair.
It's the charity.
Yeah. Hey, look, May is Celiac Awareness Month. Did you know that?
Oh shit! What up?
In case you didn't know.
In case you didn't know.
All right. Ready? Chapter. No. There you go. Chapter 47. Barbs. Kvothe goes about his first term, and he starts spreading crazy rumors about himself because it's fun. And he infuriates Ambrose repeatedly, and they become enemies.
It's a good summary.
It was a summary chapter. I don't think anything actually physically happened in it.
No, I think he was just like building up the increased tension between him and Ambrose.
Ambrose is a ticking time bomb that he keeps cutting off bits of the fuse.
Yeah, they get pretty rough later. I'm curious as to like what the boiling point's going to be, if there will be one.
That was a terrible analogy. The whole point of a time bomb is it doesn't have a fuse. Goddamn idiot.
It's okay, I didn't pick up on it either.
Idiot. Gosh.
Tina, eat your food.
Tina, you fat lard.
I forgot that line. Bitch, I could throw a football over one of them mountains.
What a fucking stupid movie.
It's goddamn iconic. It's just so strange.
It's one of those movies like Forrest Gump that everyone's like, this is like a formative movie. You have to watch this or you're like you didn't live. And it's like kind of just a little dumb. Like
yeah.
What do you that and also Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Oh yeah, so good.
It's like there's nothing happens. Nothing happens. It's just
it's a movie just about
about them walking around a town,
hanging around. Yep.
For an hour and a half.
Going to a pool, twisting and shouting.
And then suddenly it gets really heavy at the end.
Yeah.
Like for like 5 minutes and then it stops. It's just
so good.
And otherwise it's just them like bouncing around enjoying life. It's very weird. Very weird.
I haven't read the book or anything, says Jonathan, but I'm interested in the whole changing aspect you mentioned earlier. With the stone, I imagine.
Yeah, apparently when when I think when the physical makeup of the thing changes, that the name changes.
Mm-hmm.
That's my thought.
Yeah. And like, how would people identify what the new name would be?
You
There has
ask.
to be like, hmm?
You ask.
You ask the Rock?
Hey, Rock. Sorry, I forgot your name. I want to
Sorry, I'm
say.
really bad with
I want
names.
to say Kevin.
Kevin?
Kevin? No, Irma.
Or-
That was it.
Gonzalez.
Gonzalez. Johnny Gonzalez. Rocky. I swear to God, if The Rock's name was Rocky,
That would be hilarious.
I would drop it in one of those rock processing machines that makes gravel.
No, the rock tumblers or whatever.
No, the ones that make gravel.
Oh, that they make gravel.
The crunchers.
Rocky, I have no idea what we're talking about, so don't mind me. I hope you're enjoying your game, Guru.
All right. Chapter 48.
Next chapter.
Chapter 48. Interlude. A silence of a different kind. We learn that Bast is a little baby who's afraid of silence. No. We learn that Bast is afraid of silence. Bast agrees with me that there are no women in the story. Lol. Kvothe raises our expectations about an upcoming woman far too much.
Mm-hmm.
And continues to do it in the next 10 chapters, just repeatedly saying how amazing she is. And it's like, my dude, by the time you get to her, it's gonna be like, okay, I guess.
Neat. She cool. But it's funny because Bass kind of comments on that too later.
Yeah, a little bit.
Which is great. Yeah, I always appreciate anything with Bass at this point, just because I really like him. I think he's a neat character. So even just the little bits and pieces that we've been getting for him, I'm like, oh, interesting. And that reminds me as well that he's got. He is the focus of a new anthology novella, sorry. A novella that's coming out around him that's going to be by Rothfuss. And I'm just like, oh, interesting. So maybe we'll just like learn more about Bast in general. Makes me wonder if we don't actually get very much more information on him in the second book, but I don't know.
I had trouble with that chapter because I couldn't understand if this was like metaphorical or if he literally was saying that he has a fear of silence, or if he's just like, I don't like the quiet. I don't like it when things are quiet. I'm gonna make some noise.
Yeah, because it sounded like when Rothfuss was describing it that the silence was a force, like it was a weight that he could sense around Kvothe, and that made him very uneasy because he was like, or like it coiled around him,
Well,
like he was describing it physically.
It implies that the silent, or the thing that caused him to not like silence, was a thing that caused it, like an
like
event
a trauma or something.
Trauma.
Yeah, I wondered about that. Like maybe it's something from his past.
That's what I was
before he met Kvothe.
Thinking. Maybe, I don't know. So I wasn't
I'd agree
quite
with that.
sure there what was going on.
I think I wonder if it has something maybe even to do with remember in the first reading we did for this book where Kvothe was in his bedroom around and he was looking at the chest with the mini locks.
The box.
Yeah, which we still don't know what that is about, but
random box and a sword.
Yeah, but it like.
Do you remember the sword's name?
The description of him looking at it, like it was heavy. It like aged him, maybe physically, maybe just mentally. It was a force that made him uncomfortable.
Oh, I understood that as it made him feel older. Like it's like like repressed emotions coming back up, kind of.
Yeah. I took that too. I think I'm just interested too because like Kvothe's age when we're in the interlude chapters and he's the innkeeper and telling the story,
Who knows
Doesn't
what his
really
age is?
disclose. Yeah, it's very
Says he's younger than he looks,
vague.
and he looks young.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah. But I was thinking about relating that back to Silence, like that uncomfortableness that is around, or that uncomfortable feeling that would be around Kavoth. I wondered if it was something maybe related to the box, because, and maybe that's something that Bast is on edge about with Kavoth, because he's like, I don't want him to get into maybe something that happened that involved the box, and maybe it's a similar feeling, or it could be Bast's own personal trauma thing that he experienced.
Well, if it does have to do with Kavoth, and he was talking about how it's Kavoth's silence that was upsetting him specifically.
Yeah.
Then it could be like when he's silent, he's thinking, and when he thinks, he
goes
like,
where I can't reach him or something. Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking something more. Like maybe he becomes outwardly aggressive or something. I don't know.
Interesting.
Because he does sometimes become outwardly aggressive. That is a thing he does.
Yeah. And Glow says, like, what can come from silence, like an uncomfortable silence or similar. Yeah, also that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am very curious about that whole thing in this chapter. And maybe we'll know by the end of the book. Who knows?
Maybe. Who knows, man?
Maybe.
So many things have been introduced, but then never mentioned again.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like...
Do you remember the name of the sword?
Oh, God, no. No, I don't. I thought I did. Wait! No. Because it was on the hilt. Or not the hilt, the, just above the hilt. Like it was engraved.
I think it was Folly.
Folly. Yeah, that sounds right.
I didn't read that from chat. I remembered that. With my own...
I did a remembering.
With my own two brain
cells. Sure, okay.
I'm so smart.
So smart.
Alright. Chapter 49. The Nature of Wild Things. Rothfuss is entirely too poetic about women. Kvoth does his admissions exam and needs more money, so he decides to go to Imre to talk to a loan shark.
Yes.
And I'm so... At this point, I'm like a little bit annoyed at how poetic he's being about women. It's like, dude, calm down.
What was... I can't quite remember in that chapter. What was he describing? Or no, what was he describing? Like, how was he...
He was saying, like, you can't tame a woman. They can't be described. Like, that.
Oh, like, I see.
What, 49? He's saying, as with all truly wild things, care is necessary when making your approach. Stealth is useless, blah, 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 blah. Women are wild things.
Oh, I see.
Weirdness.
Yeah, that's fair.
I might startle the idea of her. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, nature of wild things.
Now, like, I know, like, romanticism, but, like, at a certain point, it's just become sap.
Yeah, because I think he's... I mean, it seems like this is another setup chapter, because I believe in the next one is when we actually meet the loan shark.
It's actually a short section at the beginning of this chapter, before the chapter happens.
Mm-hmm. Oh, right, because he has that little paragraph break. Yeah. Yeah. That's interesting, because I don't think he does it that often. Like, because in that sense, it's taking the reader out of, like, the story he's telling. He's just, like, preparing to tell the story.
Well, it's usually, like, before or after an interlude.
Yeah.
Because he's like discussing what they had just talked about in the interlude or whatever.
Right. And that's fair. That is, I might have honestly just gleaned that and been like, okay, yep, poetic. All right, story now. Like, I just kind of was like, okay, whatever. That bit you, yeah. Otherwise, it was a transitionary chapter. I thought it was all right. I like the next chapter. I think that's when they actually meet the loan shark.
this reading had a strange mixture of really, really nice scenes and icks.
Yeah,
Like,
I agree.
or this reading, whatever I said.
Mm. My eyes glaze over whenever he starts being quote unquote woman. Yeah, right? Maybe that's what I'm doing.
I don't know what HJ
Like
is.
like until he starts talking about a certain woman, then I'm just like, okay, cool. Now I'm invested because he's really built this person up. So HJ, I don't remember. I believe it's just like a
I can't tell if it's a
like a
typo or if I'm dumb.
jovial. No. It's a thing I've seen. I don't quite remember what it means.
Hijack. Hirojima.
Hirojima. Let me type it.
Half joke.
We're not. Oh, half joke. Oh, okay. We're not hip with the lingo.
Hip. Joe.
How do you do, fellow kids?
You ask nicely.
Yeah, half joking.
Chapter 50. Negotiations. Rothfuss is back to his old tricks and tells another creepy story about women. Kvoth goes to Imre and meets Devi, the moneylender, and he buys a lute and gives her his blood. I don't remember what the creepy story about women was.
I don't remember that either.
No, I do remember. It was the one where the guy made the crackhead dance naked in the snow.
Oh, when he was describing when he went to the Eloian or whatever it was, because he was like, I didn't like being around people who were playing music and I couldn't participate, and that was the feeling, right?
Maybe
because the dancing naked, because he was comparing it to like the feeling that I experienced was like someone who was so desperately wanting crack, the candy, and then is willing to dance naked for him, and then the guy just says nope, and he walks away, and then she clings to his legs like, no, I need it, because he was trying to describe desperation.
Yeah.
I
think it was it was desperation for money in this particular case.
Yeah. But, and yeah, that was a little strange.
It's yet another thing that's like, it feels like it's like, hey, look at me, I'm so hard hitting with my metaphors and my stories, and like so edgy. Ooh, edgy boy.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Sorry, I'm just constantly roasting Rothfuss. I don't know why.
No, it's all good. No, because it's good to discuss it, right?
You need to take women away from him at this point, yeah. He can't be trusted.
Yeah. Because, like, I remember when I read that, and, I mean, looking at it in the way that Kvoth, like, the reason as to why Kvoth's describing it, I can understand and feel what he's trying to describe here, like that desperation. I would have liked for it not to have been like the image of like this young naked girl who just wants to dance for money naked and all that. Like, sure, absolutely, could be anything else, but it does paint like the image that he is trying to go for. So I'm like, I'll give him that.
So could like a million other metaphors or not metaphors, analogies.
Yeah, like you could, like, I mean, he could have said something like, I don't know, like someone starving in the streets who just like hasn't eaten for like 3 weeks and like came upon a crumb on the ground or something, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It just feels like it was just put in there to back to our big discussion about that sort of thing, and like Witcher and all that, and
right.
It feels like shock value kind of stuff, or not necessarily like shock value to shock you kind of thing, but like just like actively something to make you to be edgy, as I guess I should say. It just feels like it's trying to be edgy. Maybe it's not. Maybe that was the best he could think of, but I don't know.
Yeah. But I mean, it's interesting too to think about, like, I mean, I think that that was where a lot of, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself with discussion, but I think that that was also where I was feeling this like tension or conflict or, I don't know, dissonance, I guess, when I was reading this chapter, because I mean, there are female characters that are introduced in this chapter who I actually quite like
Oh yeah,
quite a
Debbie's
bit. I'm like,
great.
that's cool. Debbie's fantastic, and like
She's like my
I
favorite
like
character so far.
same, yeah, and like I like we meet someone else later on, and we'll talk about her, and I was like, oh, she seems cool. Um,
I really liked her when we first met her. Now I don't.
well, I it was
As
a
if
character
that's
who would be introduced. No, it's not who I don't think it's who you're thinking of.
oh.
But I know who you mean. Um, but like there's these things that happen, and I was like, cool. I really like this character. This is neat. Like they seem to be like it's not like he's just got one cookie cutter image of a woman. Like he does have a
Yeah.
variation of different people, which is cool. But then they have little bits like this where I'm like,
It's not
like
misogyny, it's just weird.
no, it's yeah, like it's, and when you see, when I see it in, like, when I have like, I don't know, gratuitous amounts of sex in like Game of Thrones, or like what you were talking about in Witcher, which I haven't read, but like, you know, you've talked about it. Like
The
a
show
lot
really
of
tones it down.
it does, yeah. From what I understand.
Which is usually they do the opposite. Usually they don't have
Yeah.
to tone it down.
Yeah, yeah. And Game of Thrones was like, fucking let's go, but
Yeah, they just did word for word. Didn't even...
But like, you know, I when I see stuff like that, it really comes across as like, you know, people being like, well, this was the time back then, like this is the societal expectation, and I'm like, fuck you, no, it's not necessarily, you don't have to do this, like this is dumb.
Have you considered not mentioning it?
Not doing that, yeah. And so
Like,
it's not like
okay.
yeah, and it's not like I would consider this book very different from that, in that I don't get that sense, but it does have these weird instances where these little things will pop up, and I'm like, I don't know why. Like it could have been something else.
I can talk about this later, but there's points where
Yeah.
just weird shit like that comes up, and it just makes me feel gross, and I have to stop reading.
It kind of takes you out of it too, right? It takes me out of it.
Makes me think
to the
about
point...
the fact that Rothfuss wrote that.
Well, and it might, I mean, Glow and I were even talking about this before, right? Like, half joking, sometimes we just kind of skim over those bits because we're just like, all right, cool, whatever, moving on to the story, because we don't actually care that much. Like it just blocks it out. Which is just fascinating to me, just because I know so many people, every single person who I've talked to about this book has been like, it is exceptional, you have to read it. And I am enjoying it. I am still absolutely enjoying it.
It's very unique.
It's just, yeah. And it's just, I'm just shocked that this hasn't been brought up. And maybe we're analyzing it more because book club, but I mean, not necessarily because other people are reading with us, but they don't add anything. Yeah. Like it could have been something else. The fact that we're able to do that and it doesn't alter the story at all. Yeah. The fact that we're able to be like, skim. Okay, cool.
It just, I don't know. Those things can affect me. And it's like...
No, I fully agree. It wasn't really affecting me when we started reading. It was affecting you. I think you were bringing it up more so. And I was like, oh, I don't know, you know, whatever. And then the more I read it, I'm just like, oh, yeah, it's right there. Like,
Now, I will say, just because this is kind of one-sided, like, if he was spending that much effort weirdly over-sexualizing males as well, I think that would be just as uncomfortable.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah.
But he's not.
No.
I think no. Like a few times he talks about testicles, and maybe and
God's balls.
One time in this he vaguely mentions like that he thought inappropriate thoughts. Like that's pretty much it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty sure nobody else will tell you about this book, so I highly recommend Catch 22. It's quite the book. Now that it's unanimously recommended, you have to read that next. I
I've
actually
always
have Catch 22.
I've
I have
I've
it.
always heard about Catch 22 and never gotten around to reading
Same.
it.
I think it used to be like.
Is Catch
Mhm.
22 named after the phenomenon, or is the phenomenon named after Catch 22?
I want to say the phenomenon came after Catch 22 because I
I
think
want to
it's a
say that too.
literary. Because like it's
Yeah, it came from the
recommended
book.
with like yeah like it's recommended with like that book Catch 22 is recommended with like other books like Fahrenheit 451. Like I always associated the two of them because I would always see them like
Because they're both word number.
perhaps. No, they were like made during a similar time or something, but
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, but I also wanted to talk about
Was it you I
Devi.
was
Hmm?
sorry, was it you I was talking about when we were saying how stupid it would be if it was like Celsius 800 or whatever it is in Celsius?
Yeah. Canadian. Or not Canadian, but like not
Canadian
just
Fahrenheit 451.
Canadian. uh, Canadian Celsius 392.
What is it? It's
Well, no, I guess it'd be more. It'd be like 8,000 or whatever.
451 Fahrenheit
Yeah,
to
what is that in
Celsius.
Celsius? Tell me, because I
232.
actually don't know. Fucking hell.
Celsius 232. It's not. It sounds like, you know what it sounds like?
It's
Is it
hot.
sounds like an isotope of uranium.
Yeah. I would never actually recommend Catch 22. I was so amazed by the book, but big yikes. Oh, really?
Big
I don't
yikes!
know. I don't
How?
know. I don't know anything about it, to be honest. Other than that, it's recommended. Fahrenheit 451. Read that one in English class and then made fun of the movies. Wait, there's multiple movies for Fahrenheit 451?
Didn't the movie suck?
I guess. I mean, they Glow said they made fun of them.
Did you guys ever
Which is
read
a
Brave New World?
no.
Aldous
No.
Huxley. That was
Mm-mm.
one that I was like, oh yeah, Brave New World. Everyone knows that. And then what? And then like, but nowadays, when I mention to people, nobody's heard of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've certainly heard of it. I've just never read it.
Oh, okay.
Because I had to think about. I have a fuck. What is it
I
called? I have a
forgot the
book
name
that is
of it.
similar in title, but it's maybe I think I have Brave New World, but there's another book that I thought it was like.
The old one is
It's the one with
funny
the.
because the special is bad because of the special effects. The new one is bad because they misunderstood the story. Nice.
Oh.
The
Oh
whole
God.
book
What
can be
was?
too dense and too hard to follow, and it's hard for you to know why you're reading it. This is that the narrative flow, kind of like Everything Everywhere All at Once. If that so, are you? I haven't watched that movie, but are you saying that it's confusing?
Perhaps.
All
Now,
the
a book
more
can be too
reason
dense.
to have discussions about it, right?
Exactly. With the narrative flow, kind of like Everything Everywhere All at Once. I actually rewatched Everything Everywhere, and it is excellent the second time through. I liked it the first time through. It is excellent the second time through.
See,
Um,
Guru, the thing is, I'm incredibly intelligent, so I won't be confused.
no one can confuse me on any level.
They call me they call me the Kvoth of thinking.
But I also really wanted to talk about Devi in this chapter because goddamn do I love her.
She's great.
She's fantastic.
I don't know if this is how I'm supposed to picture her, but I picture her kind of like I can't. So there's a character archetype
Mm.
that she reminds me of in my head, but like let me see if I could find a character that like oh what would it be? It's like the slightly crazy uh blonde woman with a wide haircut. that makes any sense to you.
Wide haircut is a little bit questionable, I think, for me, but interesting. I envisioned her as like having like hair kind of close in color to mine, like a light brown, but like curly and wavy and like disheveled.
I know. The Queenie from the Fantastic Beasts. That's the picture in my head.
Queenie. I'd have to look her up. I don't remember that one. I also like she gave off the feeling of like maybe because I think she had some like did she have mushrooms in her space? I think she did, but it was
Maybe.
very like I how do I describe it? Like disheveled hair, maybe a lot of freckles or something, and just very like I don't know if down to earth's the right word, but kind of like scrappy maybe. I don't really know how to describe it. I'm gonna look up Queenie though.
Apologies for linking the wizard book, but
That's fair.
it's a cultural phenomenon.
Oh, her.
So,
okay.
yeah.
Queenie Goldstein. Gotcha.
That character archetype is who I was picturing. Not necessarily that character, but
Yeah. That's fair. Yeah. Like Devi is very much a character who's just kind of like she has it all figured out. Like for like people come to her and they want
way
the loan,
too
she's
old
like,
for
yep.
her age.
Yeah, she was in her
like well-adjusted.
20s?
Yeah.
I can't remember. Yeah.
She's a bit older than him.
She's older than Kavoth.
I don't know if he ever says exactly how old.
Right.
But it feels like she's
100%.
an adult, even though she doesn't, like, my picture of her is not an adult. I'm picturing, like, a somewhat younger child, but in a business job. like
Yeah.
some sort of discrepancy there.
Yeah. And I like to I was happy as well when well, so for the chapter
Yeah, he's
for the most
15.
part, like Kavoth is very much like, no, I'm not gonna take your deal. I'll be on my way. Goodbye. And then he goes and like finds the loot in the pawn shop, and he's just like, oh, I'll go for this. And then he has the plan to be like, oh, I'm gonna play. Like I'm gonna have a seat at the Aeolian, and I'm gonna earn my money that way, and then I'll go back, and when I can, I will pay back her. So I was hoping, like when he left, I was like, oh god, I hope it's not going to be one of those like he slights her and then like it's going to come back to bite him in the ass or something. I'm glad that they actually just remain on a good friendly level. Yeah, like to the point where she was like, yeah, play me something cool. I'm like, and he's like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, you want to read my books?
And she she explains the blood thing, and I thought it was so funny when she was just like, he was like, oh well, like what if, have you ever had someone like not follow through with what they would owe you back, and or like has someone ratted you out for the blood thing or whatever? And she was like, yeah, no, they took it, some guy took it to the authorities once, and they came by here and they found nothing. And then he came forward and said that he lied about the whole thing, and then he got some charges. And I'm like, damn, girl, what did you do?
I guess she just...
And she was a former Arcanist, too.
Right, yeah. I don't know, so it seems like... she's said this, but it feels like it as well, that it's just her job.
Yeah, like she's like, yep.
Like
I don't have any connection, this is just business.
Yeah. It's like, even with the blood, it's like, you could do terrible things with this, but she's like, nah, just sell it to someone.
Yeah.
Which is scary enough. Like, just...
Yeah.
I'm not going to do anything with it. It's just...
Yeah, she doesn't have any malice. She's like, all right, well, you can be someone else's problem, and they can maybe control you. Sorry, bye. Yeah, no, she's really like her. She's... Yeah. Yeah. I thought that was a fun chapter for her.
All right.
Next one.
Chapter 51. Tar and Tin. Kvoth starts to learn sympathy and he goes to play his lute in a hidden courtyard place, and he finds a hidden grate, which seems like somebody's like opening and running away. And then he starts to learn more what's the word? Artificery stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Artificing. Yeah.
Artificing. Artifizzy sodas.
Artifizzy lifting drinks.
You stole fizzy lifting drinks! You
Stole!
lose!
Good day, sir.
I said good day! Oh, I miss him.
Chapter 48. No. Yeah, Gene Wilder. Good man. Yeah. Again, I think this was a good kind of build-up chapter because I mean he's preparing for to audition. To play there.
There's too many
It's
like Elodin,
Aeolian.
Elodian,
Eolian.
Aeolian.
Yeah.
Like there's like 3 or 4 words that are all within a few letters of each other.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
And they all mean different things completely. Elier, not quite.
Yeah. True. Yeah. And I know that we get into in later chapters the young girl or the person that he finds like who went through the gate or moved the grate.
Yeah.
So we'll
odd.
talk about them.
It was an odd appearance.
Yeah, I'm
so
curious
that I was
about
actually going to mention this earlier, but I was trying to think of what reminded or what it was, what the reference was. But when she appears, he just doesn't explain it.
Yeah,
like I
no,
thought
I agree.
I thought my
I thought I
pages were
missed.
stuck
I thought I
together,
missed a name.
like,
Yeah.
Or like I missed a chapter or something, and I actually looked back. Like, nope, he's just being annoying.
Yeah, no, because I thought that I'd missed like her introduction. I was like, oh, and we'll get into that when we get to the chapter because I don't think it's much further past this, but yeah, but otherwise, like I thought it was a good setup chapter. Like, I didn't
What
really
was the
have too many
first
thoughts.
sentence that I said? I said Kvothe starts to learn something.
Artificing.
Yeah, I didn't say what I wrote. I said Kvothe starts to learn sigildry. That's what's written. I don't know how I did that.
Oh, fair enough. I mean, sigildry is
Sigildry.
part of that. Yeah, because sigildry, right? Because that's the rune.
I said
thing.
sympathy. Okay, so I wasn't that far off.
Okay,
I read
close-
it. I read it
close
wrong.
enough.
As I read that, I was like, yeah, but he's been learning sympathy for a while.
He learns it more.
The sigildry is like
The rune.
using runes to do things to physical objects.
Yeah, and like physically, like instead of verbally saying something, then you draw the rune to combine them. And there was an interesting bit at that chapter too, where he was saying like, sometimes like you'll have to combine these two pieces, you would write this rune,
Oh,
but
yeah.
then you can't do that with this piece because that means that you also have to take the end of this other rune and like it's a whole
It's
mess.
like a mathematician explaining math.
Yeah.
It's like, well, simply you just do these two things, unless it's like this, in which
yeah. In which case, I can't
skipped
really
it,
explain
yes.
this, but I'm gonna try. That's so funny.
Glow
I thought it was amusing. I
skipping
liked
all
it.
the book. No wonder you're reading
Mhm.
so fast. Skipped half of it.
But yeah, other than that, I was like, okay, cool, summary chapter.
Yeah,
But the rune thing was interesting, I guess.
Sigildry will come back, I'm sure.
I think so. Yeah.
Chapter 52, Burning, which was a very good, very, very, very good title name, chapter title. It was good. Okay. Chapter 52, Burning. Kvothe is doing too many things and burning out, and he does a sympathy duel and barely wins. He gets banned from his job because he's overworking himself. So not like malicious banning, just like, hey, you need to
Take
calm
care
down.
of yourself, buddy.
And then he decides to go to the Aeolian, which isn't explained in that chapter.
Because I think it's the next chapter that he does that a lot. Rathvos will just little name something and then he'll explore it later.
And then the next chapter he talks about the Aeolian slightly, and that doesn't actually go to it like he said he was going to. But
yeah, he takes a little bit to get there, I think. Yeah. Yeah.
I liked the chapter title because it was clever with the burning of the flame and the burning out.
Yes. Yeah.
I also had exactly one chapter in my own writing that I was able to do something clever like that.
Oh yeah? Nice.
I don't remember what it was though. Yeah.
Maybe I'll figure it out when I read the book.
Maybe.
Perhaps.
If it's readable.
Readable.
Like edible, but reading.
Yeah, this was the chapter where the sympathy duel was with the using your own body heat, right?
Yeah.
That one? Yeah. So that was an interesting piece. And it was a setup for something later. But it was another example of like the physical effects or strain, I guess, on with using sympathy. I was like, oh, okay, cool.
And another example of how Kvothe is better than everybody.
I mean, he got pretty close to not being. He was like, I'm kind of fucked, but I'm gonna figure it out. And I guess he was lucky, but
yeah, that was 100% luck. Like, I mean,
to
last that long, fair enough, but like the other guy just happened to faint before he.
Yeah, the guy was just fucking. It's like, I'm out. Bye. It's too much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I had too much else. Yeah.
All right. Chapter 53. Slow Circles. Kvothe tells about the Aeolian, a place where musicians go to gain notoriety, and he plans to play there to get money. But he doesn't actually go there in this chapter, annoyingly. He does go to the roof and meet with Auri, who we definitely knew about, who just is some random homeless girl who seems entirely crazy, and she's some like weird moon fae, and she does weird wordplay about the moon. I do not know what was going on there. It's like he just like randomly found this little fairy girl and just didn't elaborate. It's like, yeah, and then I went and met with my fairy that I found.
My good buddy. Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, so I took that to be like she is the person who moved the grate originally, like has been listening to his music. She probably was drawn to what he was playing, and I was like, oh, okay. But I also doubled back a little bit like you did, where I was like introduced, said her name, and I was like, Auri, I don't remember her, and I like went back and I'm like, no, this is the first time. Okay.
Hey, Kvothe,
listen.
Hey, listen.
Hello. Yeah, no, I liked her. What I was actually having issue with was actually just like picturing her, because she was like she was close to Kvothe. She was not far off from Kvothe's stage, but she acted like a child, but then didn't speak like a child. And he
said her hair was
like wispy, long,
like super wispy, which is weird. That's like what you expect to see on like a dead or ill person.
Yeah, and maybe that's part of it. Maybe she looks like she's malnourished or something.
Maybe.
But, or like a small child. Like the whole time, all I could picture her was like a small child of like 6 or something, and she had, and I could see like long wispy like blonde hair that was like almost platinum. I don't know why that image it came to me, but I just couldn't get it out of my head. But I was like, but she's not young. Like she's older, because she's speaking in sentences that are past that,
so
like older.
Interestingly, I have a character in my book who, when I introduce them, they seem significantly younger than they are, and I'm wondering when you meet that character how old you're gonna think they are.
Fair enough.
It's not
Shall see.
intentional, and I might try to go back and change it at some point. But
Mm. Maybe she's a spirit. I don't
yeah,
know.
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
She's like some sort
maybe.
of supernatural fae thing. Like
Yeah.
I kept,
And the moon.
I
Oh,
keep
sorry.
picturing her as like a werewolf, but I think that's the moon thing playing tricks
Probably.
on me.
And I wonder a bit too, like last reading we did when Corwin was in chat talking about it too. Like he was bringing up like, oh, they mentioned the moon thing like super early, and I was like, yeah, because he mentions a few times of like
You
he'd
know, the
steal the
moon
moon
thing. We
for
know what you're
this.
talking about.
Well, because like he mentions like early on, like I would steal the moon for this, you know, and they reference that a lot. And then
He does
we
reference
have
that a
her,
lot. Yeah.
and then we have Auri who comes in and she's like, "What did you get me?" And she brought it like it was something about like I brought you the moon in this bottle or something, which I assumed was like the reflection of the moon. Like if you look into it, you can like see light from it or something. But maybe I'm wrong.
I
Um,
thought they were doing a. Have you seen Sandman?
no.
There's a part in that when he has a word battle essentially with Lucifer,
Mm.
and they basically have to um come up with things that can beat the other thing
Mm.
in words. And that's what that reminded me of. Like they were inventing things
Uh,
to almost um interact with one another. Like she
oh,
said,
interesting.
I already used the moon or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
The whole thing felt like they had been known each other for years, but
Yeah, like it was
we've known
a
her for less than a chapter, and he's known her for less than a month, or like maybe over a month.
yeah.
But
Yeah. What chapter number was that by the way?
53.
Not too far.
Hey,
Yeah,
listen,
one oh. Hey, listen.
listen.
53 slow circles. Yeah. Um
But I did it.
Goofy, we know you fucking did it. God damn it. uh Yeah, I was just gonna pull up the because I was just interested in like what they were talking about. Um, right. So she brought him a key. She's like, "I brought you a key." She said, proudly pressing it onto me. What does it unlock? The moon. She said, her expression grave. That's gonna come back for something, I think.
I thought I'm 100% sure that key goes to that copper door.
Yeah. Is that the one in the archives you're talking about,
Yeah.
or the one in
And I wonder if when she
Haven?
says that, he thinks she's making some weird ass metaphor, but she's literally, there's something to
But
do with
maybe
the
she
moon in there.
knows. Yeah, maybe she knows about something there.
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah. Hmm. I also wondered if it related to Haven because if she was a little loopy, like maybe she's from. I mean, I don't think she's from Haven, but I think she knew of Haven. Um.
Little rat girl living in the sewers.
Yeah. Because Illidan also had a door that was similar in his
Right.
space. Um.
Yeah. Although his
But
didn't
yeah.
have four
So
locks on it.
no, that's true. Because she was like, yeah, like it'll be unlock the moon. That way, if there's a door on the moon, you can open it. Not that I would encourage that sort of reckless behavior. Um, and then she gave him, or then he gives her a bottle of water. She said, what's in the water? Flowers, I said, and part of the moon that isn't in the sky tonight. I put that in there too. So maybe, I guess it wasn't a reflection. I thought that might have been what it had been. And then she said, I already said the moon. And there was that whole banter.
So
Yeah.
I was confused because I thought he was literally handing her a vase with flowers in it and saying, "Drink this."
Oh no, it's a bottle of water. Yeah.
Bottle of water.
Although a bottle of water. um,
Huma huma nuku nuku apple
just
water.
flowers then. The shine off the back of a dragonfly. I wanted a piece of the moon, but blue dragonfly shine was as close as I could get.
What the fuck does any
So
of that mean?
yeah, like I'm just it's interesting. Like
He's
I
like
agree.
making a deal with a fae.
Yeah, by not including his name. So I'm interested because I know that there's something here, but it felt like there's something that we missed because we didn't get her like proper, like this is her introduction, and I was like, oh, okay. And then we don't, like, that's her only chapter too. We don't really see her after that.
My only guess is that it was intentionally confusing to make her seem more mysterious.
Probably.
That's my only guess as to why he would have written it that way.
Mm-hmm. Q to Q is starting soon, so I gotta head out. But thank you, Glow, and have a good show.
Enjoy loud speaking. Or whatever.
Or whatever.
Or quiet speaking, I don't know. It's up to you, I guess. It's up to the director.
But yeah, this whole chapter was just super fascinating to me. Like I was just
weird.
I was just intrigued. I was like, I missed something, but I didn't miss something. So what does this mean? And I kept thinking back to Corwin's comment about the moon thing, and I was like, there's got to be something with this. So
it's just been mentioned so many times.
Yeah, like it's enough to the point that it has to be a focus, but why it's a focus, we don't know.
Yeah, and it's not like the wind, which was like one of the first things we learned about, is that there's something there.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
If you arrive to Q too early, you have to wait in a queue to queue to queue.
That's a good one, Guru.
Q to Q to Q.
Q to Q to Q.
That's what I say to my cat when I'm scratching her with the chin. Q to Q to Q to Q.
Q to Q to Q.
Q to Q.
That's what I'm gonna do to my cat. Come here, cat.
It's time for chin scratches.
It's time for snuggles. He's like, yes, but also I want to sleep.
They love when you rub her here.
Oh yeah, like right against their
whatever
chin.
gland.
Hey.
Bo.
Yeah.
Face of.
Bo. Baby Bo. Bo. Yeah, he's just sleeping next to my laptop. Well, he's awake now. I've woken him up, but
I'm excited. There's new good Doctor Who coming out this year too. Hopefully.
Yeah,
because we got Russell T Davies back.
Oh, is he coming back for the new season? Hell yeah.
Yeah, brought him
That'll
back.
be good. That's good. Who's the new doctor?
He's gonna make
by
it
the way?
so gay. It's gonna be great.
Hell yeah. Who's the new doctor, by the way?
David Tennant.
Well, no. He isn't. He just doing special. No, he's just doing the specials.
I don't remember his name, and I'm not sure I could pronounce it.
Fair enough. But I mean, I'm excited for it because I've seen pictures. So I'm like, hell yeah.
Yeah, I think it has letters in it that don't go together.
Fair. Yeah, I had some friends who were like, who sent me some information about the specials that they're going to start the season with Tennant and with I don't remember the actress's name, but with Donna. And I was just like, yes, my favorite duo from the Tennant series. Let's go. So I'm excited for that. Oh, cool. Nice.
Rwandan Scottish.
And I believe the actress playing the Master, I believe she's a drag queen. I could be wrong though, but that's really cool.
Yeah,
I was like, neat.
Was she playing the Master or just a villain?
Maybe it was just a villain. I thought it was the Master, but maybe not.
I didn't think it was.
Probably just a villain then. But super cool. I'm like, hell yeah. Yeah. I need to watch the last season, even though like the last series, even though I know it wasn't wonderful.
I just found
Jodie Whittaker was robbed.
I just found the age section of the Doctor Who Wikipedia page.
The age section?
In early production documents, the Doctor was said to be 650 years old. This was never stated on screen.
How old is the Doctor? Old as balls.
Like 12 billion years at this point.
Yeah, probably.
Technically, he's 4.5 billion years old, says Stephen Moffat.
God damn.
But most of that
Stevie Moffat
was the what's the name of that episode? The best Doctor Who episode It was a Capaldi episode, the one with the punching the
Uh,
crystal wall.
Shit, I know the one you're talking about. Was that in his first series?
I don't know.
Hmm. Now I have to look it up.
But by far the best Doctor Who episode.
I think I remember the one you're talking about.
It's the one where he's
Heaven
inside.
Sent? Is it Heaven Sent?
Yes.
Discovers a wall of Asbantium?
Yes.
Correct. Oh, that was when he was with
and he
Clara.
keeps noticing the stars, and he's like
right.
Like, oh, so however many years must have passed. And it just like it goes up and up and up until he's like 3 billion years. Like, Jesus.
Oh, right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This was the veil in the credits, like the shrouded figures. I remember them. That would have been in his first or second series because Clara was with him.
Season 9.
Yeah.
Man, they just could not get rid of Clara.
Yeah, like I like that actress. I honestly do.
Oh, she's great. Her portrayal's great. It's just like,
yeah, it's just she was there for a long
time.
I mean, they almost got rid of her with Smith, but then they're like, nah.
No, we can't.
Yeah.
We don't feel like getting a new actor.
Yeah. And it's kind of a shame that Bill, the companion Bill, was only in a season. I liked Bill quite a bit.
Yeah, she's only a season, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was only the one because it was Capaldi's ending season. Yeah. And then they went right into Whittaker, and I haven't seen any of that series. So.
And we lost Missy.
Oh, did we lose Missy in that series?
No.
Or no, was it in Capaldi?
No, we lost her in Jodie Whittaker's
Oh, I didn't know that. That sucks.
But
I like her.
In terms of they gave us a new master. Not as in terms of like she died or anything. It's just like new person shows up. I'm the master. It's like, okay. Yeah, sure.
Who was the new master?
I don't know his name.
Tangent time. It's okay.
I didn't like him at all. Well, his portrayal of the character they wrote was very good. He portrayed the character they wrote really well. However, the character they wrote is ass. It just turned him into an actual psychopath that has no, like... He has no ulterior motives or anything. He's just, I am a psychopath and I want to destroy things. Like, and it's just, that's not who the master is.
I mean, that's part of it. That's more leaning into like, well, it's less depth than
you'll see what I mean.
Yeah, like when I think of the insane piece of the master, I always think about the Tennant era.
This isn't insane. This is just straight up evil psychopath.
Oh,
like
yeah, that's not the master.
I want to destroy things and cause pain. And
the master is very like, I'm amused by, like, I just want to fuck with everything, and like I care about the Doctor because we're both Gallifreyan, but like,
yeah, he's not. They don't portray him as, well, like you just said, they just portray him as. I mean, I know every the personalities change throughout, or when they what's the word? Regenerate. But like, come on.
Yeah, like it shouldn't be so far removed from.
Like, there's one creepy bit where like they're like I don't know, something's happening, and he like has a bunch of people at gunpoint, and he forces her to kneel before him. It's really like, ugh,
jeez,
what are you doing?
Wow.
Like, and it wasn't. It's just like a good way to put it is they turned him into someone whose only goal is domination.
Mm.
of everything
Interesting.
and everyone.
Yeah.
And that's
Mm-hmm.
not who the master is.
No, it's not. That's interesting. Hmm. I'm gonna go turn on another light because I'm getting a little dark from the outside. A
A little Dirk?
little dark.
Stab something with it? Stab something with it? What is his name? Actors. Sasha Dewan.
There we go.
Sasha Dewan is his name.
Oh, cool. Huh. Well, at some point I'll watch that series.
He does a good villain. Like, I'd love to see him in another villain role. It's just that wasn't.
Yeah. Just it was a weird writing choice for the master, it sounds like.
Yeah, this is
Huh.
weird. Apparently, he was in Iron Fist as well.
No, I didn't see that one.
People hated it. I liked it. I liked the Meech, what do you call it? Like, business intrigue part of it. I thought that was interesting. But
Mm-hmm. No, Iron Fist. That wasn't. That wasn't in the same vein as like Jessica Jones, was it? Am I thinking
it
of a
was
different
one
show?
of the Defender shows. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
he was actually in the Defenders.
Oh, okay.
That one season they did.
I need to watch the last season of Jessica Jones. That is an excellent series.
I also
And
need
also
to
has
watch
David
the
Tennant.
last season of Jessica Jones.
Yeah, like because
And
I remember
Daredevil.
it got. Oh yeah, true. I haven't seen anything from Daredevil.
So why didn't you like Iron Fist? Because I've the reasons people don't like Iron Fist, I could care less about. I didn't particularly like. They weren't what made it stand out to me, or it didn't stand out to me because of them. But like I could take them or leave them, but I didn't hate it because of them. But like the actual bit with the actual Iron Fist is kind of like, okay, Colleen Wing's fun, but most of my enjoyment came from the intrigue, like stealing companies and the dynamics of the Meacham family. Silly characters. Yeah, I mean, to be fair though, Danny Rand is a character of himself in the comics as well.
Interesting. So good to know. I will watch the last season of Jessica Jones and not watch Iron Fist probably.
It's worth a watch. You either like it or you
fair.
don't.
That's fair. I also need to find out how to get it when I don't have Netflix.
There's only one way to do that.
Yar her fiddly dee.
There's very probably no way to do that.
Yeah.
As
Just in the name of Jessica Jones. Well, Jessica Jones, Daredevil, and Cred, what's his name?
they did
Luke Cage?
They did play off it. I haven't seen the latest season of Luke Cage either. Wow, I just did not watch the last seasons of any of those.
I guess not.
They in the Defenders, they made him an asshole because they knew he was an asshole. Like
Yeah.
he's just an annoying asshole, and they treated him that way. And I think their dynamic with him worked. I don't know if they were to do a second season of that, I feel like he would leave or be kicked out.
Fair. I was surprised that he wasn't really in the second season of Jessica Jones because I really like my introduction to Luke Cage was through Jessica Jones.
Oh, I didn't mean Luke Cage. I mean, I was talking. My negative comments were for. Danny Rand.
Gotcha. Daredevil season 1 was amazing. Daredevil season 2 was pretty bad. Daredevil season 3 was abysmal. Yep.
I don't. Which one was season 3? Wait, no, I did. Season 3 was the one with Elektra, right? In which case, I did watch that. So it's the last Jessica Jones one I didn't watch.
Mm.
I started
Yeah, that one would.
I started to watch it, and then something made me stop.
Mm.
Season 3
Yeah,
was the Hull. That season,
Jessica.
I thought the Hull was the Defenders.
Yeah, Jessica Jones season 3 is probably gonna follow her friend, who is
I know
the
it
new
was.
cheetah person.
The serial killer is a serial killer, and they're trying to find him, and I hate it when serial killers keep outwitting people. It's just like upsetting to me. I don't know why. But I don't, something specific about that just makes me uncomfortable.
Mm.
I don't know why.
Mm.
Maybe it was that particular. I mean, Jessica Jones makes its villains very icky.
Yeah, does a good job about it. And I mean, doesn't help that. I mean, it helps that David Tennant is like really
Amazing
just an
actor,
excellent actor overall,
but
but
also
also
really good
super
at
excellent
playing
for a villain.
evil people.
Oh God, so good. I remember being like, I'm gonna watch Jessica Jones. David Tennant's in it. And I'm just like, holy fuck, David Tennant. Okay, oh boy. It was very good though.
Oh, the third season set up the whole. Maybe I think the moment they brought Stick back beyond the first season was their mistake.
Hmm.
He's just like, oh look, a blind ninja.
Oh look.
Cool. But now here's all the other ninjas because this is a ninja show now. So, yeah, okay.
Go ninja, go ninja.
Um, whilst we've had this long break, I'm gonna actually take a short break.
Yeah, that sounds good. I'm gonna stretch. Maybe get a drink of water. And then I'm gonna pet the cat. Because he is a baby. A baby. David Tennant has quite the range. He does. Just wanted more fun Daredevil balancing life and being a fun lawyer. Yeah. Have you seen She-Hulk? Daredevil is in that. I think the MCU is doing that. Yeah, I heard something new about Daredevil. I don't remember what it was. But I didn't see the original show, so She-Hulk is amazing. She-Hulk was a lot of fun. For a while I was a little unsure about it because I didn't quite know if it wanted to be like mostly silly or like I was actually, to be honest, kind of hoping for more actual like legal cases with She-Hulk. And it ended up kind of being more like about her life, which is also fine. But I would have liked to seen her more defending superheroes. Uh, However, the ending was phenomenal. It was so good. And I do like her quite a bit, like that actress. She's really great. Very fun. Very talented. I hope she gets a second season with more courtroom shenanigans. Yes, please. Absolutely. Oh my god, and I loved her whole thing with the her outfit designer. God, he was funny. Oh my god. She didn't want to like upset him. Uh, I think that role that he played would have been so fun. Like if I was an actor, that would be like a dream role for me. I just want to play like a really hoity, really haughty, like
I decided to make some
fashionista
tea. I'll be
icon.
right back.
Okay. Well, did my internet drop? I don't know. Okay. OBS is just being weird. Oh man, so many great weird characters in that show. So many. Yeah. The fashion guy, the fashionista, the fashion designer was my favorite, I think. And the nemesis, the woman that was in The Good Place. Who is the was she? I only recently started watching The Good Place. Oh my god, I don't remember. Oh, you're back. Yes. It went out for a second, or I think OBS is just hacking around. Yeah, the nemesis, because I only started watching The Good Place recently. So I don't remember who was in She-Hulk from The Good Place. Was it the what's her name? The woman who like the main character always thinks is perfect, and she's super tall and really pretty. And I haven't really watched much of The Good Place, but I've seen the first like 7 episodes. But she's like super nice. Like she's just like this nice like British lady. Oh god, I have to look it up. Who was the She-Hulk nemesis? What does Google tell me? The drop dead beautiful goddess. She-Hulk nemesis Titania. Wait, she wasn't Titania, was she?
Yeah.
In The Good Place?
She wasn't Titania in The Good Place. That's a Marvel character.
Right. So she's her nemesis. I was thinking of the actress.
Oh.
Because Guru's saying.
Thinking of the right girl. It's the hottie one.
I think so. Yeah. Because she. God. I guess that is her. I don't even recognize her. She's great. She's a great actress. Drop Dead Beautiful Goddess. Yeah. I think it's her. Huh. Jamila Jamil is Titania. Okay, Jamil. British actress? Yeah, it is her. Nice. Yeah, she's great. I want to see her in more stuff. Yeah, she's Tahani. That's her name in The Good Place. Because I always thought she sounded like Tahini. Oh, and where are you in The Good Place? That is by far one of my all-time favorite shows. So we just finished up. We just learned about the monk, who is not who he seems. I just learned about his secret. So very early in, like I think we're on like episode 6 or something. Hello. What kind of tea did you make?
Red.
Red chai?
Nah, it's berry zest or something. I don't know. Never had it.
Zesty.
Went out and bought some teas today, so we'll see if they're any good.
Nice. We were just talking about The Good Place.
Oh, it is good.
It is good. Man, you need to update me as you watch the show. I shall. I'm watching it with 2 of my friends, so I will update you. I've just been so busy lately.
Chidi Anagonye. I don't know why I have his name memorized.
Now you can't get out of your head.
And Eleanor Shellstrop. And Jason Mendoza and
yeah, Mendoza. Forgot about that.
What's her name? I know the actress's name. Is it like Camila? No. What is her first name?
Which actor or which character?
The one I haven't mentioned.
I don't know. From the new series? I don't know who's in it.
From the entire series. Tahani.
Oh, Elgin. In The Good Place. I'm sorry. Yeah.
What did you think I was talking about?
I thought you were talking about Doctor Who. I don't know.
Yeah, Camila is her sister.
Yeah, her name is Jamila Jamil, I think.
Yeah. Great name.
Yeah.
I love it when people's first name or their last name.
Yeah. No, we were talking about The Good Place because I didn't realize that her actress is also in She-Hulk.
Yes, she is.
And I'd seen She-Hulk, and I didn't know she was Titania. I was like, "That's
you didn't even notice."
Great. Well, I didn't. I hadn't watched The Good Place at that point.
Well, I mean, you didn't notice when she was in The Good Place.
No, I totally forgot. It's been a long time since I watched She-Hulk.
She has a very recognizable face.
That's fair. No, I honestly just didn't.
How long do you think? How late do you think your Oberdin stream's gonna go?
Mm, I think I'm starting at 6:30, so 9:30 or 10.
Oh my.
Why?
She's a very recognizable everything, says Guru.
Oh my.
She's quite
She's
attractive.
very pretty. Very pretty. Yeah.
In many places.
Mm.
10, you said?
Yes. 9:30 or 10, probably.
I have game night, but I don't want to
Fuck
watch.
game night. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, I want to watch.
Well, what? Well, I could also. Well, I can't start earlier, and I can't start. Well, I could start later. I might have to start later because work sucks, but we'll see.
Yeah, well, I know.
Yeah.
Work sucks. I know.
Yep.
I'm quoting a song.
What else is new? It's probably not that one.
What was I gonna say? Fuck. Oh yeah, I just want to watch it. I suppose I could catch the VOD, but
Yeah.
still.
But I will appreciate all the help I could get because I know that game is. It's gonna require some thonking. But
The answer.
I know bits of it though.
The answer is walk back through.
A lot, yeah. And then I gotta write all the.
Now,
names
how
and
did I
dates of
get
people.
to that scene? I don't.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. I remember I've seen a bit of a playthrough of it, but I don't remember what the reveal is. So I'm like, this is more or less the first playthrough. But I remember the giant crab, and I remember
Da
coffins. The crab. And the coffins and the stone or the rock or something in the boat that's in the casket, I think.
Yee.
Yee.
I remember the demo,
Excited.
and I saw
Nice.
it, and I was like, "This looks stupid," because it was
Really?
it was just the bit with the very beginning with the captain in the like
In the
shooting
boat.
the gun,
In the little yeah.
which, and there wasn't like any of the mystery stuff. It was just, here's this guy doing an action, and you can click a stopwatch and watch how it happened. That was the entire demo. I was like, this, how is, what?
Gameplay.
It didn't mean anything. It didn't do anything. It just,
Yeah.
but yeah, no, it's good. It's really good.
I am excited.
Where were we?
Believe we were on chapter 54.
Oh yeah, my favorite chapter.
Oh, is it this one? Heh.
All right. Okay. Chapter 54, A Place to Burn. He's lucky he didn't get thrown out for saying that. Jeez.
Yep.
All right. This chapter summary starts with, quote, "Jittery as a teenage whore. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why? Why would you say that with your face?
Yeah.
Foth, come on.
Yeah.
Come on, dude.
Yeah.
Rothfuss, what are you doing?"
Yeah.
I had to put down my book and come back to this.
Understandable.
Like, I don't want to think about the things that makes me think of.
Yeah. Yeah, because that has a lot of connotations.
It's like dripping
The
with
big
ick.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't write this down, but there was the bit when they were talking about venereal diseases with the drip.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh, why
Yeah.
are you talking about this?
Yeah.
Why? Okay.
Is it the same one where sorry to interrupt, but the one where Kavath is like, and if I say it like this, it doesn't mean that, like, it means that I am not referring to the offensive term of what it's referring to, which is like the relates to the edema disease or something.
Edema
And
drip.
because I like my friends, and I'm like, oh no. Anyway.
Anyway, all right.
Mm.
Kvoth goes to the Aeolian and ingratiates himself to the owner by accident. Ambrose, but he does it on a whim, as if something like he's never done that before, but he just had the idea that he should do that. Suddenly,
I thought it was a cute idea.
it's the perfect idea for when something needs to be done perfectly, exactly the way he did it. It came to me in a dream. No. Ambrose appears with a lyre, because he's a liar.
He's a dirty liar.
And he causes Kvoth much anxiety. Kvoth plays and gets lost in the music. Very beautiful chapter, except for the teenage whore bit.
Yep.
Kvoth plays and gets lost in the music, and an unseen woman sings with him. A string breaks, but he finishes the song anyway. Successfully. And he gets his noodles.
His shiny noodles.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like this chapter. I totally
Actually, no,
also
he hasn't got his
understand,
shiny
like,
noodles yet. But yes.
spoiler. Yeah, so I don't remember, or maybe I'll talk about it later. I'll save it for discussion, actually. So with this chapter, I liked the description of the actual performance itself, because I mean, you would summarize it saying like it's a very beautiful performance. Like it was very, I could feel like these feelings that Roth was describing, and I thought it was a sweet, like I was like, oh, who's the mystery person who's singing with Kvoth, and that adds some intrigue to it.
It's the masked singer.
Yeah.
Or the voice, I'm not sure. I don't watch reality TV.
Yeah, that's fair. I watched The Masked Singer a little bit. It is okay.
It is the show ever.
It is the show ever, yes. And I thought it was a nice introduction for the owner of the Aeolian. But I fully agree with what you were talking about, with just like that one line that he compared to, and that was when he was is that when he was talking about like seeing the other performers and he was like comparing them to something, I think.
No.
Some analogies. I don't remember what
he said. So he talked to the owner and was like, "Hey," or whatever.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Then Simon,
yeah,
was like, "You can't do that," and he's like, "Oh, Simon, you're jittery as a teenage whore." It's like, what the fuck?
yeah.
It's like,
and I honestly, I when you like, I remember coming across that and being like, but I think again I was like just trying to like I was doing the like I was reading it and kind of being like, I'm gonna just kind of skim this because I didn't want to think about it. But when you brought it up, I was like, oh, like then I was like, oh yeah, that has some connotations that I don't.
I mean,
like.
He's 15 to be fair, but Jesus.
Yeah. I wonder if that does play into it too. With whoa, thank you for the raid, Will.
Oh my god, you showed up just in time.
To our favorite chapter. Yeah. Well, I mean, I like the chapter. I just didn't like that scene.
They sullied the chapter. It was such a good chapter, but they broke it.
They broke it. Thank you for the raid, King Wildebeest. Let me give you a shout out, and it will slowly happen because my computer is slow as balls. What were you playing, friend?
Oh, that's interesting. The rating message didn't appear in the special chat.
Oh, that's weird. Huh.
I guess the last one didn't either. Because it's not a chat.
No, I guess not. That's true.
Hey, everyone.
Hello, how's it going? We're doing book club. We're talking about The Name of the Wind.
If you
Uh,
don't want spoilers for The Name of the Wind, you should leave.
Yeah. Yes.
This book.
We are this book. Yes.
I
Mine's
realize
mirrored.
that it's backwards.
No, yours isn't backwards. Mine is.
No, you on mine. Yours is back. Mine is.
Oh, really? Perfect. One of us is right. But yeah, we're about 3/4 into the book, so if you don't want spoilers,
Raid Shadow Legends. Oh my god! I hope they were paying you
Raid
at least.
Shadow Legends. My goodness, Rocket League. Hell yeah! How was Rocket League?
It's been a while
Fun.
since I played Rocket League. Got too toxic for me, so I stopped.
I heard about it. Like I had a bunch of friends who really liked it, and I would play with them occasionally. Do a couple games with them, and then apparently like it doesn't have a really good
The community is
player base, I
toxic
guess.
as fuck.
Yeah, which is kind of weird for a fucking car soccer game, but all right.
It's not like they're like saying things they shouldn't. It's just like you make a mistake and people are like idiot, like making fun of you. It's like what the
Yeah,
fuck?
That's stupid.
Doing a sponsorship for them through them for Raid. Rocket League was good. Yeah,
Nice.
I was gonna say because the only reason anyone would ever play Raid Shadow Legends is because someone's paying them to do it.
Pretty much, yeah. I've seen so many YouTube videos of you being like, "This video is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends." I was good. I was paid. Hello, Timothy Ann. Nice to meet you.
Timothy.
I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce that correctly.
You related to Hank Pym?
Pim.
It's spelled,
Fuck, what's the
spelled with
company?
a Y.
Yeah.
Pym
Pim
Industries.
Enterprises.
Pym
Pim
Industries.
Industries. We
right.
work with ants. That's like my
Michael
favorite.
Douglas. Love Michael Douglas.
That's like my favorite constant joke in the Ant-Man movies is just how crazy can Hank Pym get with ants and science? Like it's just every movie
You
is
saw
bigger.
the latest one, right?
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
Quantum Mania.
It's
Yeah.
just like
ants.
every bit with him is just like insane and wonderful.
So good.
He-
He plays that role so well.
He does.
I got Pym as a nickname from Phil of the Future. Oh my god, that takes me back.
What's Phil of the Future? Is that like Tim in Time?
Oh my
Well, that's
god,
a
does
reference
that mean
nobody's gonna get.
Does that mean Phil of the Future's Canadian? It was a show from the early 2000s, and it was about this guy named Phil who came from the future. And
Wow,
he
never
just
would have
had
guessed
friends.
that.
Oh my god, the theme song was catchy as heck. He was Phil of the future. Never knew in history it's something to plan. I don't remember all of it, but
Oh my god, the
Phil of the future, he's your 22nd century man.
the picture, the female lead that popped up gave me like a double take. 'Cause I thought it was my sister,
Oh god.
but then I looked closer and I realized that it's literally just that picture.
Fair.
Not in any other picture does she look like my
Phil
sister.
Teachers Worldwide loves it just dork. Oh, okay, cool.
Apparently the
My
guy.
friends thought I looked like his little sister in the show. Nice.
Apparently the guy who played Quicksilver in the X-Men movies, it wasn't it.
Mm-hmm. In
Phil the Future.
no shit, really? That's
I
funny.
recognized his face.
Cool.
Also, I recognize this person's face, but I don't know why.
But yeah, we're reading some Name of the Wind. We're covering chapters 42 to 61. Right now we're about
Sometimes.
50 or we get on tangents about shows and movies. So we're talking I think about chapter 54, I'm pretty sure. And if anyone doesn't know much about this book, it's a fantasy novel following the story of a young musician and soon to be arcanist, I assume. And just his story of how he came to do things. How do you pronounce my name? You know how to pronounce it, Will. It's Ekami. Ekami, Shefami.
Your friends thought you
I'll end
looked
up
like
in-
the little sister in the show?
Nice.
I guess you look somewhat like my sister. Maybe not. I don't know. Apparently, my sister looks like me, but a girl.
I've seen your sister once because you streamed with her,
On
but I
cam?
don't remember what she looked like.
I had her on
Yeah,
cam. Oh shit.
yeah. She was like I mean, she was in another room, so I think there was like a no,
No, we were in the same
no,
room.
you were in the same room. Sorry.
We were adjacent to. She was using my
Like right
that
next
side
door?
of my desk and on a laptop.
Yeah. Ekomai, got it. Oh my
Ekomai.
god. Ekomai.
Yeah, Echo my.
Sure you can. But
I don't
yes.
know enough Japanese words to super stereotypical borderline racist Japanese.
I unfortunately do, but I'm not going to do it. I am the weeb of this duo.
Weeb.
And I don't even watch much anime anymore. I just watched a lot when I was a kid. Well, not a kid, when I was a teenager.
Calling me a dork in chat. My God.
Dingus.
Get this guy out of my chat.
Damn it, Bobby.
Wait, that's not my chat. Damn.
He's in my chat. You can't do anything. They're in my chat.
Does it look like I know what a JPEG is?
Me being Japanese, cautiously listening to VT Labs. Oh gosh.
When I say that, I'm specifically referring to the like really heavy-handed like samurai voice.
Yeah. But yes, so for chapter 54, we were talking a bit about
Oh yeah.
we're going through chapter summaries, and
We're talking about whores.
there is a line in chapter 54
That is not
which
fun.
it is not fun. And it has a lot of weird connotations.
We
So
don't need
we'll
to talk
probably-
about it anymore.
No, we can probably like, if we need to get into it in discussion, we'll do that. But
Do we have
we're gonna
to?
go through chapter summaries. We probably don't. Overall, for the chapter, I really enjoyed the. I said it before, but I really enjoyed the description that Rothfuss gave of just like, Kavoth, who is our main character, playing his heart out and has an idea that he's going to play a song and he's going to sing for it, and then someone from the audience would know the ladies part of the song and then they would sing. So luckily he's able to, that actually does happen.
He did have the
And-
testicular fortitude for that shit.
He did. The testicular fortitude. Oh god. And it was fun. So at this point we don't know who, at this point in the chapter anyway, we don't know who is singing with him. She just knows it's from the audience. And also this was a good chapter as a follow-up to something else that happened in a previous chapter, is that when he's playing, his lute breaks, his string snaps, and he's like, oh, and he like is caught off guard, but then he tries to play anyway and
Oh
gets
wait,
through it
I'm
pretty well.
actually like a mega mind over here, so I can do anything. I remember now. Wins. In fairness, that wasn't out of the blue. He did have a very good reason for knowing how to do that.
Yeah, I mean, he thought back to his childhood of just learning how to play with.
But I
fewer
shall
strings.
continue to meme on him.
Hardcore memeing.
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 It's like a moomin.
And
A memeing.
and in that chapter, when after the string breaks, he thinks about, he's like, it wasn't tampered with, the strings shouldn't have broken because I've checked them, like they should be in good condition. And I believe we learn in this chapter, and will help me out with this
also
one too.
he said it was a clean break.
It was a clean
as a
break, yeah.
cut.
Like it was so it wasn't like a fray or anything. It was just straight.
Have a good shower.
Have a good shower. And so, and then the chapter talks about how Ambrose, who is like his enemy more or less at this time, is
Almost.
in the Eloian, and is watching him. And then after his performance, he like kind of comes out and he's like kind of shivering and shuddering a bunch, similar to like what happened with the other kid in the previous chapter when losing the body heat, suggesting that he is the one who fucking cast like a sympathy
More
thing,
than
and then
suggesting. Pretty much
yeah,
saying.
yeah. So now they've got a vendetta, but they talk about that in later chapters. But yes, overall, I liked it. I thought it was a good chapter. I want to see more of the I forget his name, Threep, Count Threep. I thought he seemed kind of cool.
Guy Threepwood.
I
Guybrush
also thought
Threepwood?
of that too. Yeah, I was like, yes, Count Guybrush.
Count Guybrush. You know, I
Um,
only just hearing you say it aloud. I only just noticed it because I
Oh, really?
was thinking like Threpe or something. Or
A Threpe. Fair.
I don't know. I
It
don't
might be.
really pronounce things in my brain when I read them usually.
Yeah, fair. And we're not gonna single you out for saying Threpe, but we're gonna freaking castrate Ekami last week for saying what was it?
Castrate, Jesus.
Well, you
It's
know,
a bit
no,
aggressive.
a little bit aggressive. No, it's fuck, what was the name? His father's name. Kvoth's father.
I don't know.
Arleden.
Sorry?
Arleden.
Arleden. Because I called him Arleden, and then chat was like, what the fuck are you saying, Ekami?
Yeah, Parish.
Sorry?
Parish.
Harry says Parrish. Because he gave me the name. Yeah. Anyway, but good chapter. I liked it.
I feel like Ares just knowing offhand the father's name means that's important later on.
Probably. Well, I mean, he's a known figure. He was known as Arleden the Bard. So
That's true, yeah.
like Lauren knew him. I feel like that's
Arleden.
gonna come back. Arleden. Arleden.
It's me, Arleden.
There's been a murder.
There's been a murder. Okay.
Hey,
Oh, Kermit,
bro.
what are you doing? Can I
Hey,
get the
bro.
hurry on the steer back here?
My cat is sleepy and on his back. Hello, sir.
Oh, you're not using your brain.
Using your brain.
Oh,
Shall we
right.
move on?
The thing that I am,
The thing we are doing.
my quest.
Hmm.
I am Moana of Motunui.
you will sail my boat.
That's a great movie.
That was a good one.
Let's talk about more things before I read the next chapter. No. All right. Chapter 55. Flame and Thunder. Kvoth makes the audience cry in a chapter so short I thought my pages were stuck together. Next. It's less than a page. Like
Is that not the one? Really? Okay. I guess I
55.
don't remember that. 55. I thought that the next one was when he meets with
Nope.
the person. No, he doesn't.
Nope,
Flame
there's like a
Thunder.
two paragraph chapter. Maybe.
Okay. Well, then I have nothing else to say. Good job, Kvoth.
There you go.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
that's the whole
backwards,
thing.
but
Yeah. Not on my stream.
it's so short it looks like it's block quote.
Yeah. Fair enough.
All right. I don't have anything to say about that. He made everybody cry.
Yep. Everybody felt it was just looked up and everyone was like, felt. Yes. Thank you.
Chapter 56. Patrons, maids, and methamphetamines. Kvoth is showered in praise and gets lots of money and a bit drunk. He thinks Ambrose broke his string with sympathy. He looks all over for the woman who sang with him and finally finds her. And I said, I was thinking the woman here might have been Auri, but now I'm not so sure. That was
Yeah,
my
because he
guess. I was just trying to
Yeah.
I feel like it would have. He said, "I'm going to introduce this woman," and then immediately mentioned Auri.
He said he was going to introduce this woman and then went to the Auri chapter?
Mhm.
Oh, that's interesting.
Although he does say she was at the Elladen, but that doesn't mean she couldn't have somehow ended up there going through the sewers or whatever the fuck.
That's true.
But then again, why would she be allowed in there if she was a sewer rat?
True, yeah.
I don't know. It was just a thought of mine. The only woman I can
Yeah.
think of because there's like 3 in the book.
There's more in this section.
That's
but-
true. Yeah, he added a bit more, but I think that's at best's best.
Yeah.
He did actually say there's not enough women. Add more.
Yeah. Bess is like, hey, Reshi, what the fuck?
I like.
Meet more women.
I don't think this is true, but I'd like to believe that when Rothfuss's editor told him things he needed to change, he just made Bast say it.
That would be great.
Just quoted his editor through Bast.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is I'm fascinated. I could have sworn that this was the chapter that they introduced, but I guess it's not even the next one, it's the one after. He sets it up. He sets it up. He's like, I'm gonna introduce this woman. Anyway, we'll get into that. But
Yeah, it's like 3-4 chapters before he actually does after saying it.
yeah, I didn't even realize that. Okay.
You see why I got annoyed.
No, that's fair. Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, well, I guess we could talk about this chapter. Anything to say? I mean, I think the drink sounded really nice.
I don't even remember the description of the drink.
It was like aromatic gin or something. It was very, very odd. It's called.
Oh, it's right. It's the
Metheglin.
metheglin. Yeah, methylamphetamine.
How did he describe it? Methamphetamines.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think I had too much to say. I know
Cool
that
spring honey, clove, cardamom, cinnamon, pressed grape, burnt apple, sweet pear, and clear well water.
Ooh, that does sound good.
Yeah, like I said, it's like an aromatic.
Gin.
I don't know about the gin part.
Mm.
Just the. It's like a really, really fruity spiced brandy, from the sounds of it.
Mm-hmm. And Count Threep also
Threepwood.
approaches him in this chapter.
Excuse
Count
me?
Guybrush.
Count Threepwood
Um.
is his name. Get it right.
Yep. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I had too much to say about this. Like, it was a good one.
This is the chapter where the lady comes and talks to him and is being all suggestive, and he's like, "Cool, nice to meet you."
Yeah. Cool. Bye.
Bye. Your voice
Well, it's
isn't
like,
the one I want to hear.
I don't have time for your voice. You're not the one.
Begone, beautiful woman.
Stop crowding around me. Oh.
Oh, get away.
Yeah, doesn't he also say at some point that like so many women came up to him and it's like, oh, that was me. And he's like, cool story. I gotta go. Bye.
No, I think he imagined that. Or either that or I don't remember that.
Or maybe he was just too drunk. That would be funny, but
That would be funny if people kept trying to say it was them, though.
yeah. Oh, it was me. You lie.
I know her voice.
Mm.
I'm not drunk.
I'm not drunk. You're drunk. But yeah, no, I thought it was pretty good. I'm just going through it. I'm just like, yeah, no, I didn't really have too much to say about it.
Yeah, it was fun. It was a fun chapter that didn't really do much. It was just people.
Yeah,
It was
kind
just
of like a slice of life chapter. Like it was
Yeah.
just kind of going around and talking to people and
it was him sitting in his throne, receiving what do you call it? when they give the king gifts.
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean,
Tribute.
but I can't think of the word. Yes.
All right. Chapter
Mm-hmm.
50, snakes.
50
7.
stinks.
50 snakes. No, 50 snakes was the last one. 57. 50 Stephen. Chapter 50 Stephen. Interlude. The parts that form us. Bast tries very badly to describe Denna. And I said I should have guessed it was her, damn it.
Yep.
And then Kvoth also struggles and makes Chronicler remove a line and gets really mean.
Yeah, he gets specific.
And then I say, honestly, I wish Rothfuss would move on. This is starting to upset me.
Yeah, so this was...
I kind of I devolved into madness for the next few chapters because it was night and I was having some sort of weird panic attack. And
oh no.
And also constantly reading about how wonderful women are to be around, and I'm like sitting here in my room being like, no, I don't have a woman.
Oh no.
So yeah, it might get more and more crazy.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Understood. Mm-hmm.
I don't remember what I wrote.
Yeah, so like so it was a good I guess it was a good chapter to get into like his Kvoth's like psyche a little bit, or his memory, because like he was trying so desperately to be like, how do I describe her? This, and then he was like, wait, no, not that, and you know,
he convinced himself she was impossible to describe, and then tried to describe her.
Yeah, good job, buddy. You tried. But what I liked about this chapter more so was honestly Bast's working off of Kvoth and his attempt at a description, because he would be like, yeah, she was beautiful, she was fair, you know, she had these wonderful gorgeous eyes, and Bast was like, she had a crooked nose.
Well, he first started with, she has perfect ears.
Yeah. Bast was like, oh yeah, very perfect ears. And like we learn more about that in the next one, but I like that it wasn't just Kvoth trying to just sit down and describe it, because like Bast had met her. I was like, oh, that's cool, I didn't know Bast met her,
so she comes back.
Yeah, at some point, when they've met, I guess. I don't know if we'll learn how they meet in this book. It might be the second book, but
I've been thinking about that, and I don't know for sure, but he said it was going to take exactly 3 days to tell the book. To tell the story, and there are 3 books.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's going to be each day is a book. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he actually did confirm that somewhere. I think I remember Aries telling me that. So that's another reason why people are like, oh my god, just give me the 3rd book. Like, give me the 3rd day.
It's been way more than 3 days.
Oh yeah, and Rothfuss is like, you want the 3rd book? No, you get a novella about Bast, which is also fine. But
I've in the crazy made-up scenario in my head where my novel becomes a big bestseller and everybody wants the next one or whatever. I'm like, yeah, I kind of just want to write a prequel that has nothing to do with it, but just like is set in the same universe and is about the history.
Yeah.
Basically, do a House of the Dragon.
Yeah. Just like people will be like, well, I'll take it, but this is what I want. This is what I asked for, but I guess I'll do it.
Like getting towards the end of my writing, I'm realizing that I care more about the world that's set in the story itself.
Oh, really? Fair. Yeah. And this was also the chapter, one of the few chapters we've seen where like Kvoth gets a little hostile.
Yeah.
Like just around he's like, she didn't have a crooked nose. You shut your whore mouth. Like, hey. And then he was like, no, Chronicler, you can't take it. And he like physically just like takes the page and just rips it from him. And he's like, keep just that part.
I think he has some anger issues. I was wondering if maybe that was what Bast was afraid of. That if he thought too much, it would make him angry.
Yeah.
You wouldn't
but
like him
potentially.
when he's angry.
It's hulking out. Yeah.
That's the sound you make when you turn into a Hulk. Also, I spilled tea all over my pants.
No.
Because I decided
Oh, I'm
to
sorry.
do a funky maneuver when I was holding a piece of tea.
Oh no.
Now I have wet pants.
Fun.
At least it's warm.
Fair. Yeah, cold liquid on pants sucks.
And it's not scalding, so I didn't pull a McDonald's.
Oh, good.
And it didn't get all over the floor, just all over me.
Just all over your pants.
Red tea on nice khaki pants.
Fun. Bwamp. Yeah. I think that's mostly what I had to say about the chapter. Like, I liked the back and forth with him and Bast. And I guess it gave more to Kavath's character. But also, holy shit, he takes like 3 chapters to actually tell who it is.
Oh, I know. And then he just tells it as an aside. Without,
It's like, oh, it was this person. And I went, oh, okay.
He didn't even say that it was this person. He just referred to her suddenly, like he usually does.
Yeah. Yeah.
Chapter
He
57.
just names her.
He just says, yeah, he says some stupid thing about flickering fire and light catching our eyes. And what draws you to the fire is the warmth you feel when you come near. The same was true of Denna. Like,
Right.
whoa. So you're saying that was Denna, or are you talking about?
Oh!
Are,
Sorry.
Because that could have meant. He could have meant just going back, thinking back to Denna. She was like that too. The way he said that is just very annoying.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Rothless!
Thank you for the raid, Lloydster. Appreciate it. How are you, friend? My god, all these raids. Let me give you a shout out. If I can type.
Christopher Lloyd Loyster.
Christopher Lloyd Loyster. I've got to run, but so happy to be here. Much love and happy charity stream. Thank you so
Marty.
much. Have a good night, friend.
We have to go back
We have to go back.
to the future. We're going.
300
We don't
gigawatts.
need wheels. 1.21 gigawatts.
Marty, I just accidentally the whole future. What? The whole future.
Marty,
Marty.
you gotta lick my balls, Morty.
Going to Bendigo.
Yeah, we're going to Bendigo, Morty. I'm gonna fucking kill you. You're gonna die today, Morty.
Oh, what a weird fucking video. Oh my god. You were playing Monster Hunter Rise. Fun. Please go check out Lloydster. They're great. And thank you for the charity stream. For the charity stream. Thank you for the raid. For the charity stream.
I think that Grindr, the app, should do TV commercials, and they should have a jingle, and the jingle should be, "Every kiss begins with gay." Welcome to June.
Pass that
Wait, no, June's next month.
Welcome to the end of May, the end of madness. I'm gonna pass that along to my friend. Thank you for that beautiful joke.
Wait. June's the gay month, right?
June is the gay month.
Yes,
Yes.
okay.
June is Pride Month.
Yes, that's what I thought.
Correct.
Oh, you posted that, so I was gonna mention. Was it you who posted that? It was in your chat. Grinders finally gone woke.
Oh yeah, the Guru posted that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was good.
I was like, oh, finally. It's so good.
Where were we?
All right, shall we?
Oh yeah,
shall we
complaining
continue?
about Rothfuss.
I enjoyed it.
Chapter 58. Names for Beginning. Kvath and Denna exchange playful banter, but it seems like she doesn't remember him. he soon finds out that she had come there with Savoy, fucking Savoy, and they exchange names. She tells him her name is Diane. Ugh, why do our authors always do this? I need to go to bed before I upset myself and trigger an episode.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I really liked their interactions. I thought it was very cute. I was like, this is good.
And then
I
he
like these
fucked
two.
it up. It was wonderful and perfect and beautiful, and then he fucking tossed a wrench at their head. Ugh, I hate that.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
let
yes.
it be normal.
Yeah, and yeah, the Savoy thing, I was like, oh, okay, so we were saying this earlier, this is the lady that he was probably going to see earlier for a date. And it's this lady that he's seeing.
Well, this was also months ago that he said that he was going to go for a date. So that's why I wasn't sure.
True, it could be anyone. I took it to mean that. But if it's, I mean, it could just be she might just be a fling thing. They seem to like that they were pretty close-ish for when they went to the Yale.
Enough that Savoy is like eyeing him dangerously, like, don't touch my girl.
Yeah, like, hey. And I was like, Savoy, my boy, no. But I did actually like how there wasn't a point in the chapter where Kavoth, like, in telling the story, was just like, oh my god, Denna was with Savoy, my heart was broken, I had to get her back from Savoy.
He didn't mention it.
No. And he probably should have, not should have, he probably would have if he was thinking that, is what I mean. I don't think he was. I think he honestly was just like, I'm so glad to see Denna, and he probably wasn't even fully processing, like, what was happening. Other than that, he was like, because he kept mentioning constantly, like, he's my friend. I don't want to do anything to my friend. And I was like, okay, good. But, you know, it just didn't seem like he was already immediately going for, like, I've got a vendetta against Savoy.
Guys with hair like this have a 100% chance of stealing your girlfriend.
Me versus the guy she tells you not to worry about. Savoy. Yeah, I thought their interaction was sweet. I think she recognizes Kavoth, and I think she said her name was Diane. Maybe that is her actual name and her nickname is Denna, but we know her as Denna, so but Glow
feels
also...
like she's a completely different person. I was wondering if it's maybe her sister.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, she seems a little, now that I think about it, she did seem a little bit less like
hip.
Like she was very wise for her age in earlier. Yeah.
A little less of a
less hippie.
He does
and
say
maybe
she looks like she's grown up as well.
Yeah.
So maybe it's her older sister.
That would be kind of funny.
I kind of hope that it is now.
Maybe. But she did kind of have a bit of, like, the way she spoke kind of reminded me, like, of, I mean, like, it was a similar bit, so I was like, oh, maybe. But I think she, like, if she's alone with Kavoth, I think she's gonna be like, okay, one-on-one, I know you.
But they were
It's been a hot minute.
And
Well, they were also in a public space. Like, she might... And she also ran at him really excitedly the first time, and she had to stop herself. She was like... And then she, like, stopped and, like, held her hand against her chest because she, like, almost barreled into him, and then she held at her hand.
Yeah, but she was, like desperately looking for him because she was singing with him. So that doesn't necessarily mean she recognized him from before. He was on a stage. Everyone was looking at him. Everyone knows what he looks like.
That's true, yeah.
Besides, he's the only person with red hair like that in the Two Rivers. It's hard to miss.
The Two Rivers. We've been really good about that. I think I know that's one of the few times.
That's like the third time, maybe.
Yeah.
Everybody watch Wheel Time Season 2 starting on September 1st, 2023.
Gonna be good.
And also watch the first season, read all the books. Do as I say. Do as I say. or else
There are audiobooks.
there will
There
be
are audiobooks for.
consequences.
I'm listening to the audiobooks,
I
the old ones.
I'm ready to go to the next audiobook because I just finished the first one. However,
Nice.
there's two that Rosamund Pike has.
Yeah, are
narrated.
you listening to the Rosamund Pike ones, or are you listening to the?
So I'm gonna run out.
Nice. Yeah,
I'm
'cause
very
I was gonna
quickly
say,
gonna
you
run
have
out.
the other ones because they are accessible, I think.
Well, you still have
I
to
mean,
pay
I have them all.
$20 for them or whatever.
I got it for free,
By
but my
stealing it?
friend also just my friend stole it and they gave it to
So
me.
I'm really pissed off because I had a Audible subscription for a while
Yeah,
because I did.
good audiobooks. Yeah.
I thought like maybe I'll listen to audiobooks, but anyway, you get your free credits every month or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
And every month I would spend my free credits to get a Wheel of Time audiobook because I think, well, if I'm gonna, I kind of want to listen to them because I want to listen to them.
Yeah.
And I did that, and I got the whole collection, and then I went to go back, and they were gone. They just deleted.
Oh,
them
they just
from
took
my
them
profile.
off?
I don't own them anymore.
That's stupid. Silly.
So I had to go. I went to a different service because I was mad.
That's fair.
And I got the first one for free,
Nice.
as you do. But
As you do. Well, if you ever want access to them, I mean, I don't have them uploaded, but I have them.
as
So.
like MP3s.
Mm,
Oh,
I think so. Yeah.
hell yeah, yeah, that's way better. I'm not gonna pay $20 for something I already bought.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, no, I've got them on a hard drive.
I will
somewhere. Need
pay-
to find out.
I will gladly pay $20 for the second Rosamund Pike one though, because I know you don't have that, and
Yes,
her
that I do not
narration
have.
is fucking peak. Is great.
I would like to listen to them at some point, so we'll see.
Her voice for Loyal is
Real good.
deep.
Nice.
It's impressive.
Hell yeah. I mean, so is the original. Well,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how.
their voice for Loyal is like, Rand, this is my voice. Like, it's very deep.
She's like, I am.
Yeah. Similar. Yeah,
and
yeah.
She talks quite slowly, just
Oh.
just the way he's described. Even
Yeah, yeah.
though nobody actually reads him at that speed, because it would be actually excruciating.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it's kind of like I kind of get that feeling of like, okay, yep, yeah, hurry, and from listening to it, but I know that's exactly what he's supposed to be like.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like that's why they in the show he started to say something in the ways, and Lan was just like, shut up.
Yeah.
He didn't say that exactly, but he basically just said, not now, stop.
Yeah. We got more pressing things to going on, Loyal. Stop. Yeah.
So why was he in that picture? The picture with the Sean Chen. Why is he in that picture?
I don't know.
Does he? I don't even remember him going to Falma.
I don't recall.
I
no.
don't remember book 2 though that way.
He kind of stays out of the way of things. Well, no, because he uses what's his name? Merchant.
Beldomon.
Sorry.
Beldomon. The
Maybe.
the ship captain.
No.
Oh.
There's like a merchant who goes around. He's a dark friend. I'm pretty sure.
Padan Fane.
Yeah, Padan Fane. He uses
Spoilers.
Fane. He uses Fane to go around and like follow the group and all that. Like he doesn't
Yeah, they're
go
fol-
anywhere himself. He uses Padan Fane to just like let him know, like, because Padan falls in them fucking everywhere.
What are you talking about?
Like in book 2,
Yeah,
Padan Fane is
they're
a dark
following
friend, so
Padan
he-
Fane.
Are they following Padan Fane? Oh.
Yeah, with Huron the Sniffer.
Oh, maybe that's what it was. Never mind.
Not the other way around.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
yeah, and Loyal's with that group, isn't he? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
But I just do not have any recollection of him being in Falma. Also,
Yeah, me neither.
who was it that was on the boat with Bale?
Oh fuck, I don't remember.
Because someone was, right? Or was it from his perspective? I don't know.
I don't know.
Was it Min? No, she went. She went through the waves.
Yeah. I don't remember very closely. That closely, anyway.
All right.
Honestly, I wasn't a huge fan of the book 2 personally, and like it was okay. And then book 3, I liked for the splitting of the party.
I was not as much of a fan of the weird shit, like the going between worlds kind of thing. That was a bit like, it took me out of it. But
Yeah.
the actual like Shan stuff, although
the Shan stuff was
awful,
interesting,
was
but also unpleasant. Yeah.
Was just the Shan are just like nothing else in fantasy. Like it's just they're so different and interesting.
Yeah.
Like I was gonna mention later on, but you don't. That's like books like 10. You don't.
Oh. Mm-mm.
But they don't go anywhere fast. they're around.
Fair. Fair.
But yeah, I can't say that.
Fair. Shall we continue?
Oh yeah, The Name of the Wind by Patrick Rothfuss.
Mm.
I told you. I did warn you.
I know. And I fed into it. I knew. I was like, I'm gonna do it. Anyway.
One last point, because I thought it was funny.
Mm-hmm.
Someone was talking about, I don't know if I guess you've not read book 3, or maybe you have.
I have.
Oh, you have. Are they in the Isle Waste in book 3? No, they're not. So it's book 4. The Aiel spend like 80% of their time naked.
Fair.
So that's going to be fun. They have demonstrated in the show that they are willing to do that. So it'll be interesting to see what they do.
Yeah. They illustrate. We meet an Aielman in book 3. He's caged.
Okay. There's a great scene with Moraine running naked through the desert.
Oh no!
Like it just the way he described it, I just picture her like just like sprinting through the desert, just like streaking,
just full sprint, like
yeah, like
amazing. All right, cool. I think we're
all right.
where
where
are we
were
on?
we?
59 or 60? Let's see.
58. No,
58.
I just read
No.
58.
We're on 59, maybe?
59.
Let's see.
All this, chapter 59. All this knowing. The boys get drunk to the sounds of Rothfuss eloquating.
True, correct. That is the correct answer.
Yep, that's it. That they just walk back home drunk. That's the whole chapter.
I should mention, I didn't mention it in the previous chapters, but I meant to. I really liked Diok. I know we don't know very much about him. He's the guy who was like kind of like the bouncer, more or
chill.
less.
I like him.
Yeah, he just seems cool. Yeah.
He's like just a big chunky bro.
Yeah.
Dog.
And I love how he's just like, oh yeah, ask Diok, he'll know where the girl you're looking for is. And he goes, Diok, what about this girl? And he goes, oh, like, I know why you want to know. And he goes, no, I just want to. He's like, yeah, sure. Like, he's just, I'm like, Diok. He's funny.
All right. All right. Chapter 60, Fortune. Kvothe antagonizes Ambrose and by telling him he has venereal diseases. And then tries to go looking to find Diane, to no avail.
Right.
He pays Devi, and she offers to let him read her books. And my headcanon more than that. Primo. He gets back his job with Kilvin and gets a residency at an inn to play his lute for money. Actually, no, for money and for room and for board.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think this was the chapter with the Diok thing, but because that's what he's asking for around for Diane. So I was like, nice. I also meant to mention this in another chapter. We talked a bit about how like Glow had brought up a little while ago about how they were like with Savoy, like I know what you are, like because it's suggested that it's like some romantic thing with him and Simon.
Yeah.
Simon also reacts when Kvothe meets Diok for the first time because he tells Diok something that's a little bit like brazen to like suggest, like it's like let me in or something, right? And then Diok's like, I like you, tiny person, come on in, right? You know, he goes in. But like Kvothe had made a comment to say like Simon looked looked uncomfortable.
And he
about
said,
the two of us talking,
wow,
and I
Simon,
don't know
you look
why.
jittery as a teenage whore.
Well, yeah, that was after, but before that, I was like, oh, does he have a crush on Diok? That'd be sweet. But I didn't act on it. But
maybe
that was just something it was like, oh, he was a little, because Kvothe had worded it to say he seemed uncomfortable about the whole thing, and I didn't know why. And I was like, oh, okay.
In chapter 58, I forgot to mention that he that he got hit on by two random guys.
Oh yeah, he's like, thanks.
I put this in the chat, but I thought it was actually hilarious, so I'll say it. So I had the night before reading this, I had sat down and I had done some writing, and I wrote a scene involving two of the main characters sitting in a tavern or whatever, and then a woman comes up to them and basically hits on one of my female main characters, and then literally the next day I read that, and it's like Rothfuss. Did you like travel in time and read my mind?
Life imitates art. That's pretty good. Yeah, and it was a fun chapter specifically for this one about like or not fun, but like it was nice to know that like, you know, it was a nice chapter for more interactions with Devi, which I'm always happy about. And
this is when she's like, we're like, oh, okay, she's like actually chill. Like she's like perfectly happy to be his friend, kind of chill, not like
she's like, yeah, play me a song, and he's like, okay, takes out his lute. Yeah. It seems it's like a chapter that are just like, hey, things are looking up Kvothe, even though you can't find Diane, quote unquote.
Something funny in fantasy when it comes to playing music is whenever someone plays a jaunty tune or anything like that people like, they dance and clap along. That's not something normal people do that often in a one-on-one situation.
No. I see that a lot more in like anime, weirdly enough.
Wait, that's
like
what
if,
Debbie
like there's
did.
a girl being like, yeah, she like clapped along. And
like you mean visually.
Yeah. Oh, visually, yes. Yeah, that's what I meant.
But it just made her seem even more like a young child.
Yeah, and that's why I was like, I mean, I felt the same way about Auri too. I was just like, there are very young character actions that these people are doing, but I know that they're not that young. So it's just interesting. I don't know.
You don't see austere young women a lot in fantasy either. They're always either distant or quirky. You notice that?
Yeah. I guess so, yeah.
Now in the no.
Yeah. But yeah, overall, a good chapter. Didn't really have too much else to say. I don't think it wasn't this chapter. It was an earlier chapter because now I'm just remembering things that I'm like, oh, I should talk about this. But I was thinking about like when he is playing more often at these taverns and inns and getting room and board. Before he goes out and do that, like he does all that, he speaks with hello cat. He speaks with one moment, just gonna get the cat off my screen. Sir, come on. Hold on. Go this way.
He wants to be part of book club.
Want to be part of book club? Here, you can come into my lap, dude. Come here. There you go.
He wants to read.
He wants to read. There we go, dude.
They pay me to read, not to read.
They pay me to read. I was gonna say that like Master Kilvin had said like, oh, metal lasts longer than music, or like metal is immortal or something, and then Kavath being like, well, no, metal can rust, metal can break down. It's music that's like forever. And then he answered and said like one of us would be right, and I was like, okay. I don't remember which chapter that was, but that was around the time when he was starting.
It was
to play
that
more.
chapter.
It was
Chapter
okay.
60, yeah.
Didn't even know it. I was on the ball.
Yeah.
But yeah, those were pretty much all my thoughts.
Yeah, metal is music. Come on.
Metal is music, you fool. Get that hydration. Oh, I don't have a drink.
Speaking of, man, just as
I'll
you
pet
said
the
that,
cat
I got
instead.
a huge headache stab.
Oh no. Oh, drink some water.
Ugh, I got my wood delivered this morning at like 7 a.m. for building, or to build my planter. But then I didn't have any time to do anything with it all day. So I haven't touched it. It's just sitting in the garage, and I was like,
Just want to build.
I just want
That's
to
fair.
build.
Drinking Bo's beauty. You're a beautiful man. You're a beautiful fluffy boy.
You are beautiful, no matter
No matter what they say.
if you're a cat, I guess.
Words can't bring me down.
So don't you bring me down tonight.
Let's see if I can show.
How many octaves can I sing that song? You are
Cat.
beautiful. Yeah, that was like
There you
all
go.
the octaves I can hit.
Oh yeah, I think that's all I had to say about the chapter.
Me too. This made me like your boy Threepwood even more.
Yes. Oh yes. Correct. Yeah, he was like, yeah,
He's
I'm gonna
super
be
chill.
patron. I was like, fuck yeah.
Actually,
Just this
no,
guy.
sorry, I can't.
Yeah.
Oh no, that was the next song, the next chapter.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Hi.
Speaking of which, chapter 61, Jackass. Or Jackass. I said the appearance of the Doctor signaled catastrophe in the next act, which seems prophetic.
Yes.
Kvoth and the Count, otherwise known as Guybrush Threepwood, write a song about Ambrose called Jackass. It spreads all over the school, and Kvoth is reprimanded. And then Ambrose tells all the inns in town that they should turn him away, and he ends up staying at Anchor's, which is a lower establishment bar instead. He also tries to appeal to Loran, who basically tells him to grow up.
Yep.
And then he immediately pulls that shit.
Yeah. I was like, oh.
And then he ends the
buddy.
chapter with, and then Ambrose tried to kill me.
And that's where we're ending.
End of the reading.
Yeah. Makes me wonder as to if that final, yeah, so then he crafted an apology a really seething, like stupid, ridiculous apology, and worked with his friends to post them up everywhere with extremely sticky, solid adhesive.
Magic
then-
adhesive.
Yeah,
I think it's runes or something.
I think so, yeah. And then he ends the chapter by being like, I wonder if that was part of the cause for the reason Ambrose tried to kill me. And I went, oh.
I just had a thought. With his point about conservation of energy, Sigildry doesn't make any sense.
What was the conservation of energy thing?
That it's a law.
Oh,
you can't
You
just
can't create
you can't just create
energy.
energy.
True.
So if all you're doing to say stick two things together is drawing a rune on them, where's the energy coming from? Something's got to hold them there.
Well, so how like wouldn't the energy be there anyway? Like it's just a written form of
Oh,
like the verbal.
You think it's just
sympathy?
it's just sympathy? Oh, maybe.
Well, I think it's just the physical like the physical or the material, I guess, method of sympathy. It's just another form of it. It might be easier than verbal. I don't know.
I don't know. It feels cheaty on a Gagne.
Just bringing it back.
It all comes full circle.
It all comes back. Yeah.
What goes around comes around.
Yeah, the Jackass
That's a
Jackass song was.
You wouldn't know.
Nope.
Yeah.
Jackass Jackass was like a fun little. I was like, oh, okay, like they're just poking whatever fun, and then like Ambrose gets back at him by saying like, oh, don't let this man play at your inn because he's bad news. But I think the next couple chapters is gonna be.
It was the worse than that. It was, don't let this man play at your inn, or I'll tell everybody that you suck, and nobody will come to your inn.
Right? Yeah.
It was
he threatened
threats,
them.
not.
Right.
advisement.
Yeah. And I'm thinking that, keeping in mind that he doesn't stay at the university the whole time, I'm thinking this might be the point where he gets kicked. Like whatever happens next is maybe going to be what kicks him out. Maybe, but
I don't think leaves necessarily has anything to do with leaving the name of the next chapter.
like you think it's just like leaves on a tree or something?
Possibly.
Probably. Or it could be one of those double meaning chapters too.
It could be. Yeah, that was my thought. The thing is, he needs to get into the archives before he gets kicked out.
True. That's true. Because he needs to get to the copper door.
Yeah. Unless he sneaks back in somehow, but
That's true. He still could.
maybe through the sewers with our
Yeah, because now he's got Auri, the Moon Fae friend, who just is a friend of
the
his.
randomest moon fae who he doesn't
Yeah.
ever like think about.
Yeah.
This is normal.
I just want to know what the moon significance is. Like, I just have all these questions that are
Big.
that are popping up. The moon, it's full. Yeah, I just have all these questions that pop up, and I mean, I know we're. Actually, maybe I should wait a bit till we get into discussion, but, yeah, chapter was amusing, if nothing else. But again, felt like a bit of a setup chapter. Although the anchor's in the guy, the owner of that seemed very sweet. I liked him.
I don't know if sweet is the right word.
Well, nice. Like, he didn't really care. He was like, well, I'm kind of a not super popular in anyway. Come on in.
Yeah. He struck me as a complainer kind of guy.
Oh.
Like, I'm just gonna complain about the royalty. Fuck the royalty.
Yeah.
Just Put it in their eye.
Fair enough. So shall we get into some discussion, or do you want a quick break before we do?
I'm gonna put
I
dirt
probably
in your
have
eye.
about.
Let's turn.
I probably have until about. Yeah, I don't know. Until about like close to 11 because I have to get up early.
I don't care. I mean, I'm good to go. Keep going. I'm also good to take a break if you need one.
I can keep going. I don't know if we have too much to discuss because we have discussed a bit, and I didn't have a chance to actually write discussion points, so will have to come to me in a dream.
It came to me in a dream.
In a dream.
Does that peak?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It came to me in a dream.
You're very close to the microphone.
Hi,
Turn you down.
I'm Benji. I'm whispering very quietly. Can you actually understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I can understand what you're saying.
Because I can't even hear myself speak.
I can hear myself in your headphones. Oh, no. No, I don't want that. No, don't want that ASMR. No, thank you. Please, no. Oh, I'm taking my headphones off.
I wasn't actually using any air. I don't know how you understood what I was saying, if at all.
Sorry?
I was actually not speaking with any air. I was just moving.
Yeah, I know,
off.
yeah, I know. Mouth sounds suck.
Could you
I hate
understand what I
them.
was saying?
No.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
for the whispering I could, not the
Oh.
mouth sounds though.
I was actually saying words, it just wasn't actually moving air.
Oh, fair.
I wasn't sure. I'd never actually bothered to check if that works.
Oh, fair.
All right.
Discussion.
Discussion. Time for discussion.
So yeah, overall thoughts. I liked this section more than the last one. It was also a very different reading than our last reading. I felt the last reading was more focused on telling lore and maybe a bit of world building, like talking about cultures and different things there. And this one just more or less mainly focused on Kavoth's time at the university and meeting more of his masters.
Yeah.
More, I guess, on more personal levels. And also Ambrose being a dick. And we get more female characters because I will stand by Devi. She's fantastic.
Devi's Bay.
Devi's Bay. My overall thoughts are nuanced and yet succinct. What are we talking about again? The name of the wind.
The name is to wind.
What a wind. There still was there still are a lot of the little smatterings of the weird
Ick.
over sexualization ick. Yeah.
Every section increases an ick to the point where section 4 is going to be gross.
Yeah, I hope not, but yeah, it's interesting. I'm gonna try to pay attention more to so I'm not I'm gonna try to gloss over that less because sometimes I just forget them and then I'm like, oh,
You don't have to. Feel free.
I would like to because I want to be aware of them. That's all. Not to say that I'm gonna be looking out for them constantly, but I'm just gonna be
10
keeping
years
this in
ago.
mind.
Less than that.
When was the book written?
7 years ago. It
It
was 2008, right?
Yeah, 7 or 8. It's old. It's how old is that? That's 16 years ago. Was it old enough to be excused for its ickiness?
No.
No. Well, because what else? I mean, I didn't really read many fantasy or any fantasy novels around then. But Name of the Wind was older. That was written, and that has far less ick. Barely any ick, if I remember right.
Then what? You just said Name of the Wind.
Oh, I meant Wheel of Time.
Oh, okay. Well, there's no.
Sorry.
The only ick in Wheel of Time is actual horror ick.
Yeah.
Body horror.
Yeah. And there's kind of uncomfortableness with the training
of the
He does a fairly
them.
good.
But there's a reasoning for it. Like he gives a good reasoning. It's just uncomfortable.
So a good example I can give of using ick correctly is episode 4 of the Wheel of Time, when Egwene is being washed by the White Cloaks.
Yeah.
It was icky, but it didn't make me feel like it made me feel appropriately icky. I cannot honestly explain. Like, it wasn't sexual at all. It was just like,
it was a because it was the White Cloaks. For Guru, if you might not know, like, they're very not okay. They do some not great stuff.
Some fecked up shizzle.
Some fecked up stuff. They hunt the
magic users,
and that's like their specific kind of goal.
Well, sort of.
Well, part of it anyway.
They hunt dark friends who they claim all Aes Sedai are dark friends.
Yeah. And it's very like religious imagery with them.
Oh yeah, so... they look like straight out of Crusades.
Yeah. And so the main character is in a vulnerable position, being washed by some of the White Cloaks, and so you're like, ugh. But it's not like a.
It's a very good way to show how awful these people are, and how awful the situation is.
Without them going to the extent of, like, assaulting her or something,
It was all the more worse for the fact that it didn't feel like they were doing it because they wanted to, but because they genuinely thought she was unclean and needed to be cleansed.
It goes back to their whole ideology. Yeah.
It does make me wonder how they're gonna. They've demonstrated that they will handle it well, but just the handling of the from season 2 or from book 2.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Yeah.
Poor girl.
Yeah. There's a whole lot of just like uncomfortableness for book 2, but like it's all like it's more around ideologies and like what's their goal? They're doing this and it reflects this in a way, and this is why.
I do very appreciate Robert Jordan's good sense in making it so that Soldam can only be and Adam can only be used by women on other women, because that could have gone some dark places if that wasn't set up that way.
True. Yeah. So like when we're talking about Name of the Wind and being like, oh, could it be excused for that time? I don't really know what else to compare it to for the time it was written. I want to say no, because I mean,
Game
it's
of
not
Thrones
crazy old.
Stuff came out.
Was it around then?
The first one came out in 97.
Okay,
but
so it would have been the
last
time
one still hasn't come out.
Yeah, because Martin's taking his sweet ass time.
Actually, I have one right here.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah.
2011. No, copyright 1996. Cover art copyright 2011.
Oh, I see. So I mean, it's in that period, and this one was 2007, 2008, around then.
And, Last Wish came out in 93, but it was translated in 2007.
Was Last Wish the last one? Oh.
First Witcher book.
Oh, got it. Yeah, so it's a mark of like 90s, 2000s. And I wouldn't say like, again, I really wouldn't say this is like smattered with it. It is throughout, but I wouldn't say it's to the extent maybe of Game of Thrones or The Witcher.
Oh yeah, it's not egregious. It's just like,
no, it's just
you didn't need to do that.
Yeah.
it wasn't essential to the story, or it isn't essential to the story, and it just doesn't feel good.
And it always just happens to, well, often, if not always, just happens to be women. So it's like,
Well, it's the easiest
yeah.
low hanging fruit, if you will.
Yeah. And there's been other instances where I actually do appreciate.
Although usually it's the guys who have all the low hanging fruit.
Yeah. True. Hmm. Womp womp. There are other times where I appreciate it, like being brought up. Are you good? I was gonna say.
Sorry, just
okay.
quick comment on what I just said. There's
okay.
For the History of the World Part 2. There's a whole like little segment set with like around Jesus stuff, but it's a parody on the song was the show of the song I was just singing.
Yeah.
And it is excellent. They nailed it.
I need to see both of them, to be honest. I haven't seen either of them.
What's the name of that show? Wait,
I don't know. I didn't recognize the song.
Oh, fuck. It's the Larry David
show?
Yeah.
Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Curb Your Enthusiasm. Thank you.
Sorry, now I heard it. I was like, oh right. Yeah. Okay. Which is also an excellent show.
But it's like
but it's parodying that.
It's Judas accidentally selling out Jesus.
Beautiful. Oh no.
Sorry, what were you saying?
I was just thinking about how there are other moments in this book where I do appreciate like when uncomfortable things are brought up and then like and they're intentionally meant to be like like it very clearly states this is not okay. And for most of the book it also says that. But like it is good to see like even if Kvothe is kind of seen as like the savior occasionally, like
he sees himself as it, so
yeah, and he's telling the story, right? So he, will, that like he'll go and try to like help out a girl who's being like kind of bugged by Ambrose, or like in the tale.
The question is, did he do that for her sake or because he hates Ambrose?
Yeah, and it's probably a bit of both, and because I mean, Kvothe does kind of come across, at least in the book, of how he tells himself tells it himself, is that he, when he recognizes something not good happening to good people, he'll probably step in and just be like, I'm gonna help out a little bit, but not for everybody.
But if he sees someone he doesn't like being stabbed in the street, he'll be like, oh well, wills.
Oh well.
The wheel
turns.
The wheel wheels. The wheel wheels.
The wheel weaves as the wheel wheels, I think. Yeah. Got it. It's been a hot minute.
I have my repository of gifts at hand, so don't worry.
I know. I saw.
Oh, there's more.
I quite like the one of fuck, I don't remember her name, but the Aes Sedai in red, and she was like, the madness already has him. I'm like, we're gonna use that.
Oh, there's more. There's better ones. I just haven't pulled them out yet because I'm waiting for the perfect moments.
Also, you should just use the fucking We just talked about them. The White Cloaks leader, when he's just like enjoying a meal, just for like the food section of the Discord.
But no.
But it'll be so uncomfortable
But
too.
no,
because, like, if you know the context. Yeah. No, I know the context. It's not okay.
I'm not sure the GIF shows the blood.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it may not. But yes. It's funny because the original part 1 was like 20 years ago. I didn't know Brooks was still alive.
Yeah, Mel
That's
Brooks is
fair.
still alive. He's just old as fuck. He's
He's
like
just
90.
very old. Have you seen Get Out? When he sinks into the chair, I felt like such a level of ick. I think I was the only one to react to this. I have seen Get Out, and I do recall that scene. Yeah.
Get out.
Get out of here.
Get out of
I haven't
here.
seen anything else from Jordan
Peele.
Peele. Thank you. I haven't seen Us, and I haven't seen
Not to be
Nope.
confused with Jordan Rind. I couldn't think of another word. I feel like that's not the best one, but I couldn't think of another one other than Peel or Rind.
It's all right. This is a good attempt.
Skin. Jordan Skin.
That's the most metal as fuck name I've
Jordan
ever heard.
Zest. There you go.
Jordan Zest.
I like that.
Zesty. But yeah,
Zesty.
that was my overall. That's been my overall thought. So like occasionally, like having that stuff come up, it's like it doesn't really add to the story unless like aside from a few other times where I do appreciate it being there. I did like the inclusion of just more female characters. I am interested in this Diane versus Denna thing. As
At
well
least
as Allery.
one of the female characters wasn't a love interest.
True, and I hope she stays as not a love interest because she is fantastic.
However, this book does not yet pass the Bechdel test.
It does not. That is correct.
Not even close.
No. Well, Debbie never mentions anyone, right?
The Bechdel test is two
Is it- or
women,
is it just with
it's
women?
two women talking
Oh.
to each other, not about a man.
Not about a man. Oh, okay. Yes, and Debbie hasn't talked with another woman. Fair enough. At least in the
Ever.
book.
In her
So far.
life.
Ever. She's
Never
never
met
talked to a
another
woman. I'm trying to think about like anything else that really stood
You're a
out.
mean one. Mr. Grinch.
Nope. Oh, I broke it. Sag. I was playing with a pen and I broke it.
You're as prickly as a cactus. You're as cuddly as a... Wait, you're cuddly as a cactus. You're as
Charming as an eel.
You're as charming as an eel, Mr. Grinch. I wouldn't touch you with a 39.5 pole.
So good.
I fucking...
Have you heard...
We watch that every year. Always have.
Yeah.
On VHS.
Same.
We have an old
The
VHS
original
tape.
or the
original, for
Jim
sure.
Carrey.
Of course,
Nice.
the original. Of
Why
course.
would we watch? But we watch
Wait, is that
both.
song in the Jim Carrey one?
Yes, it is.
Is it sung good? Is it the same song or is it
It's the same.
Same like? Did they take it from? Is it the same recording
No, it's a
with a different singer?
It's a cover. It's a
It's a
different
cover.
singer. Yeah.
Which one is Stradowski talking about?
Duvernay test. Duvernay? The equivalent for race. So like
No,
I don't think I've
meant
heard of that.
I
one.
meant the Grinch. Much
Oh.
more important than
Random
than
metal
social
name fact: the
uh,
person who sang "You're a Mean One" is Thurl Ravenscroft. That sounds like a fucking great.
Are you
name.
talking about the cover one or the original?
Probably the original. That's Thurl Ravenscroft sounds like it wouldn't be the name of a person who sang that song in fucking 2003.
So I have a question asking for a friend. If I'm writing female characters and they are talking to one another, not about a man, but
Mhm.
it's a but they are let's just say getting jiggy. Does that count?
I mean,
Well,
no. So
not like that jiggy, but just like,
yeah,
flirting.
let's get jiggy with it.
Does it
Yeah.
count if they're flirting? That's the question.
Yeah. Yeah. So Bass. So the new one is Benedict Cumberbatch, but I was talking
No,
about
not
the
the
Jim
new
Carrey
one. The Jim Carrey.
I meant the old new one, the Jim Carrey.
Technically,
yes.
The best kind.
Best
yes.
kind of yes. It's true.
I'm pretty sure the porn clause does not apply.
Probably not. Jim Carrey was iconic there. Yeah, he was very good.
I haven't seen that because it makes me mad.
Makes you because it's not the original.
Mm-hmm.
It's good. It's funny. I mean, it's Jim Carrey, but if you like Jim Carrey, you'll probably like
Never
it.
been a Jim Carrey fan. He's too
No.
Jim Carrey. Like,
I like
there's
Jim
very
Carrey.
few things I've seen him in that I like him. Like what's it called? The one where he's God.
Bruce Almighty.
Yes, Bruce Almighty. That was good.
That was a good one.
Yeah. Book. So
Yeah.
distracted.
What about your overall thoughts of the section?
Yeah, I agree. It was. I don't know if it was better than the last section per se, but it was certainly different.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that was mostly because it was entirely set in the university when he has a friend group
Mm-hmm.
and is sort of going about his life there. Also, he aged up real fast. Like, he went from being a kid on the streets to, like, a few months later acting like an adult. And I don't know if that's just because that's the way he was written or if that's intentional. But
well, because we got a bit of that of him, within, because it was a few months since he like arrived in at the university, and in the last section, so he was still about that age.
Yeah.
But he was more in the university in this section.
I think he was technically the same age when he left the city as he is now.
Yes.
But it doesn't feel like he's the same age. It feels like he's a lot older.
Yeah, in comparison to him and Torbain, yeah.
Yeah. Like, even when he was doing his whole like fucking around with the clothing people.
Yeah.
Or even on the trip there.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's an interesting thing. I didn't really think about that. But yeah, he did. I feel like that's going to become more apparent too, because I feel like we're leading into something really dark happening, and that's that's going to fuck him up, I think.
The appearance of the Doctor signals catastrophe in the next act.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't actually explain that when you read through. So that reference is in one of when he's talking to Lauren about trying to get back into the archives. He says that the way that suddenly he stands in a certain way or whatever, and he thinks that Lauren reminds him of the character of the Doctor, not the Doctor from hit BBC television TV show Doctor Who, but the Doctor is in like a character in a recurring character in like Edin Maru plays.
Yeah.
And apparently the appearance of that character signals catastrophe in the next act. So he appeared.
I think I missed that,
if you will.
Yeah.
So that signals. I'm perceiving that as he's using foreshadowing. He might just have been. Why would he have mentioned it?
Yeah. I think I totally missed that, to be honest, like that line. So that's fair.
Like, there's no
Was
way
that
he
in one
would
of-
have
when-
mentioned that if it didn't mean something.
No, I think everything that most everything that Rothfuss like brings up once or twice at least is usually something that's going to come back later.
The
I think.
catastrophe could have been the Ambrose stuff, but I doubt it. That wasn't
Yeah.
a catastrophe. That was annoying.
Yeah. Yeah, like him.
But he did
Yeah,
say that Ambrose tried to kill me next.
Yeah, so that's probably part of it. And I like it's gonna something with the archives is gonna come back. I am really interested to see what is actually behind that door.
I know what's behind that door.
You know what's behind that door?
Yeah.
What do you think is behind that door?
The moon.
The moon.
Yeah.
Just a whole moon.
The actual moon. But it's also in the sky. It's confusing. It's metaphysics. It's in two places.
Yeah,
at once.
I'm curious about like
It's bigger on the inside.
like what's like the moon is a symbol for a lot of things in here, but I just it's leading up to something and I just don't know what
Typically,
it's
the
leading up to.
moon is the symbol of the butt crack.
Thank you for that. I appreciate your you're just wise, extremely helpful and knowledgeable words. I am blessed with this knowledge. Yeah, no.
I'm tired, man.
It's
I don't know. I
okay.
don't even know what I'm saying anymore.
That's all good. It is pretty late.
I do feel like
And you did read, like we did both read a lot in like a sitting or two.
did
of
we?
the book. I mean, I did. And you said you were tired when you were writing the summaries.
I was late at night.
Yeah.
It wasn't
Oh,
because
fair.
it was. I only read like 80, 100 pages. So,
Oh, okay, fair. I read like most of it yesterday. And then like this morning at like 6:30 where I was like, I have a surge of inspiration. I'm going to read.
we shall read.
Mm-hmm. Which worked out anyway because I was at
I
work
shall
until
break
fucking
you.
6 p.m. She'll break you like stick toothpick.
I think I mentioned this before, but just because I'm tangential as fuck. In the game Midnight Suns, Marvel's Midnight Suns, like every single character at least once, sometimes twice, said, "I will break you." Like they just
Really?
kept using that line.
That's so good. Oh
like
my god.
the first person to say it was Elena.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever, however you pronounce her name,
Yeah,
who's
yeah.
Russian. So she says, "I will break you," and it's like, haha, yes, the line,
Yeah,
the Russian line.
Yeah.
Then every other character said it.
Says it. That's so good. I've heard a line like that centuries ago. Yeah.
Oh, that's a Ben Kenobi reference, right? No, what is that a reference to?
No, I don't know.
Is that a reference to something?
I don't know.
Because yeah, Obi-Wan Kenobi
Bass.
was not centuries old.
No, he was old man Ben Kenobi, but not that old.
Well, of course I know him. He's me.
He's me. I love the memes like that when it's especially when it's like describing like a problematic habit or something that's having, and it's like, of course I know him. It's me. But yeah, I couldn't. I feel like there was a little bit less for me to draw on in terms of like a theme for discussion.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
obviously we talked about it, but
Right.
a name, voice line.
Blade
Oh,
saying-
Blade.
I heard a line
Oh,
like
centuries.
that centuries ago.
Oh, because he's half vampire or some shit. I don't know. Yeah.
I think it was one of his voice lines when he was fighting, and like as a
Oh.
comeback.
Fair.
And another one was your mom. that was the whole voice line.
What? Really?
Yep, he'd
What
shoot
the
somebody and be
fuck?
like, your mom. Okay.
That's fucking incredible.
He doesn't say your
Man.
mom. Why? He just says your mom.
Your mom, like after he kills them or whatever. That's
Yeah.
hilarious. Oh my god.
Fun fact. Esdra Kakasabi.
Bass.
I bought that game when it was $40. I only found out later that it's an $80 game. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
it's a full. Yeah, I remember that. Bass backwards or bass? Yeah.
Oh, I'm mad.
You just got
I'm
that?
so mad. Hmm.
Yep.
And now it's me hitting my desk instead of Damon hitting his desk. Fucking
But
bass
yeah.
backwards.
So
I've
yeah,
always looked at that and thought like
never.
Est-
I mean, for the
Estra-
longest time, I
thought I
called
assumed
them
your name was
Casa.
Casa. Yeah,
Yeah.
Cassian Andor.
Cassian.
Have you watched that yet?
I have not finished it.
Ah.
I need to.
Excellent, great stuff.
Yes, I've heard. Right now we're watching the new Mandalorian season because we haven't finished that one. We just finished The Last of Us, so that was the last show that we watched, and then we're moving on to Mandalorian, and then probably Andor. Took a while to get the name, but the capitalization helped me figure it out. Yeah.
Well, I
Um,
never would have noticed it if you didn't say.
Fair. I think I also did.
I don't typically look at words and think, I wonder what that would be backwards.
Unlike my damn I that everybody thinks is an L. Guru, do you remember if I said that? Did I say it was I Guru? I hope it was. I hope I did.
You know what? I
When
didn't
I first
even
met you?
notice there was a letter there. I always
Really?
just think you of Guru.
U of Guru. University of Guru.
I went to U of Guru.
I am smart as hell. Wise as anything.
It's like
Said
when
I?
when
Not
they
sure.
do when they do the football player call outs and they say like the name of the player and then the university they're from. It's like
Yeah.
such and such the University of Guru.
University of Guru. The Great Guru University.
Yes, the guru of universities. University.
Apologies for derailing
Guru.
things. Oh no, not at all. I think we're both kind of at the
We
point.
derailed ourselves. Don't worry about
Yeah.
it.
And I mean, I was just saying, like, I did think about like some themes to touch on this weekend. I mean, we talked about what I think what I wanted to talk about. I did not think of as many. Like, I had more questions than like, oh, these are discussion points. Like, I had a question about Ari. I had the whole question with Diane and everything there. But we've discussed everything that I could think of right now. So that's just me, though.
Most of the things that I had to talk about or cared to talk about, we talked about in the chapter summaries.
Yeah. So it may be that we are looking to the next section, which we can figure out.
Oh, I'm just looking through my gifts. I'm so excited to use them.
It's gonna be so good.
Oh,
Please
you
feel
don't-
free to send me a bunch. I
you
will
don't
gladly
have
use
any
them.
idea. They're just in the default GIF thing, by the way.
Default GIF thing?
Yeah,
Oh,
on
like they're
Discord.
just in. Oh,
In
really?
Giphy.
Okay. So you just type in Wheel of Time and you get that.
Yeah, I saved the ones I liked to my favorites.
Beautiful. So 457. So we're looking
Did you-
probably at.
Did you get the Loose Theron one? Yeah, I have one again, Loose
I've got
Theron.
again loose therein.
Because that
Did
are
I
you
get
familiar
it?
with the whole Winter Dragon Billy Zane conundrum?
No, I don't know that one.
So there's long before the show came out,
Mhm.
the Sony and some other company, not Sony, some random company had the rights to the film, or the rights to make a TV show, or film, and so they weren't using them. They weren't really putting too much effort into it, and their ownership of it was about to lapse. So the way to make sure you keep rights to something like that is to produce content for it. So what they did was they made a half-hour video, which was just the prologue of
Mhm.
the first book,
Mhm.
and they aired it on TV at 3 a.m. casting Billy Zane as Ishamael.
What?
It's
I
called,
mean,
it's called
that's incredible.
it's called Winter Dragon, and it's
Okay.
awful. I highly recommend it.
Excellent. I will say Billy Zane has an excellent voice for like.
Billy Zane's the only good thing in it.
That's fair.
He's not the right actor for it at all, but he's
That's hilarious.
he-
Love it.
I've won again, Luz Theron.
Oh my god.
And I'm pretty
That's
sure
so
it's
funny.
word for word as well. The entire
Nice.
every single word, and I don't think they add any or remove any words from the prologue.
Beautiful. I love it.
It's just like Billy Zane and some other actor just doing like forced
Fantastic.
Shakespeare Robert Jordan for half
Yeah.
an hour.
That's wonderful. Oh my god. I remember when I was playing the first Kingdom Hearts game for the first time a couple years ago now, where I didn't know that Billy Zane was the voice of the fucking main villain of the game. And I remember like, ooh, that's a really nice voice. And I looked up and I went, Billy Zane, what the fuck? Like, it was really good, but I mean, it fit.
I always
for
forget
him,
who he
so.
is. Like, what's he famous for?
He's God.
I want to say
what's
like
it? It was it's like one
Westerns.
movie, like it's, or maybe it's westerns. Yeah,
that's what I thought.
he did like,
Oh my god,
yeah, Billy Zane.
that is not how I pictured him.
Yeah, no, that's Billy Zane. Yeah.
Really? Wait.
Oh my god, yo, he did.
Look
the
at
Phantom.
the
Fuck
clip.
yeah.
It's in the it's in the movies, shows, books one. It's like
Let me see.
a little bit up. It's above when I posted that picture. That doesn't make any sense.
Let me see. Movie, shows, books.
At 12:21.
12:21. Oh, right. The what you sent me.
Yeah, the GIF.
Yeah. Oh god, that is Billy Zane. My god.
But
But it does not look like
he's
what he
bald.
normally- Yeah. Yeah, that is a
He looks.
well, that is a wig and a beard. Yeah. I went again, Tuesday.
He was in Titanic
He was.
and Back to the Future Part 2.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember what I remember. I just
And
his
Zoolander.
name. I might know him from Zoolander.
And Barabbas.
Barabbas.
Silence of the Hams. What?
Beautiful. Absolutely astounding.
What is this? El
Yeah.
Ciencio de Prosciutto.
Yeah, he was in Back to the Future, Back to the
What?
Future Part 2. He was Match O'Malley. In both those movies.
FBI agent Joe D. Foster, played by Billy Zane,
Beautiful.
solves a case with the help from a killer called Dr. Animal Cannibal Pizza.
Whoa, what? I need to watch this. What is it called?
Silence the Hams, but also known as Silencio de Prosciutto. Sorry, Prosciutti.
It's gonna be in Spanish.
Oh my god, we
Of
need to
the
do
Hams. Oh, Discord movie night.
we can do this movie. Oh, so chat, what we're gonna
It's a
do.
comedy thriller. What the fuck? 4.6 out of 10 stars.
That's better than I would have thought, honestly. From the sounds
Dr.
of it.
Animal Cannibal Pizza. That's hilarious. Yeah, I know we're watching this. Hell yeah.
Putting it in the chat just so it's there.
It was born the year. It was born. It was out the year I was born.
It was born the
Goddamn.
year out.
It was born the year I was out. I came out of the closet
So,
in 1994.
chat, we're kind of thinking with the a new season on the horizon. We should do a watch
Yes.
party. Who would be interested in doing a Wheel of Time season 1 watch party on Discord?
It is about, I want to say 12 episodes?
It's 8.
Is it? Oh, even
It's only
less.
8,
Okay.
yeah. It's
No,
8
like an
1-hour
hour and a-
episodes.
Yeah. So it's
Season
8 hours of your
2
life.
is apparently going to have hour 15 episodes, which I actually, when you,
Ooh.
it doesn't sound like it's that much more, but it's actually 2 hours more, which is the equivalent of 2 extra episodes.
Cool. All
So,
right.
so it felt stunted
Yeah.
because it was stunted because Amazon stunted it for some reason.
Yeah.
So it should be better.
Fair.
And then we need to watch Silence of the Hams.
Exactly. 100%.
El Ciento
Animal.
de Prosciutto.
Animal. So we should select which section we're reading next, and then we should do an outro.
So here is the question.
Mhm.
Do we want to power through to the end, which is a larger chunk?
Yeah.
Or
Eh.
do we want to split it in half or what? So
I-
it would be 500 to 720. So it'd be 220 pages instead of 150 if we did the full thing.
Well, because we're at the 62 starts at 456, right? So it'd be 456 to 7
Yeah, 722.
something. Oh, okay. I know I'm gonna be busy like next week with the conference, so I don't think I'd be able to read all of it.
So you want to split it in half?
Yeah, probably.
So
that's
well, okay. Let's go to just to be clean. Let's go to page 600. Mating habits of
Okay.
the common Dracus.
all right.
And I just saw the first word of that, and I want to ignore it. Don't read the first the first line. So chapter 62 to 76.
Okay, cool.
And then,
Alright.
and then the rest will be a shorter reading, but also we'll have a big discussion about the whole book. So
Yeah, we can save. Yeah, because we won't take as long probably to go through the chapters, and then we'll do just a big discussion.
yeah. So next week's might be a shorter one, and I think our it makes sense for us to do what we've been doing with the alternating chapters, and I was thinking, oh no, now we have it backwards, so the person does a chapter and an editing at the same time, but no. If you're doing, let's say you're doing the chapters next week or next section, and I'm editing next,
Yeah.
and that I will be editing at the same time you're writing the chapters, so that actually makes sense.
Yeah, the only thing that you would be involved with for editing is I would give you the video files from the last session, the last reading, which I can just give you to upload to YouTube. So. The only thing
I have
this-
recorded the whole thing.
No. I mean last.
Oh,
session. 'Cause I'm editing those.
Yeah, that's
right
fine. I don't mean that. I mean in general the alternating time.
Yeah. Like
works.
I can write the next ones and then yeah.
Although I will be, so I'll be here next 2 weeks. So I will be here for the next session, and then the one after that I will be in Vermont
At home, right? Yeah.
And
So we can-
which I could try to record from there, or we could take a break for a session.
For the very last one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would it be?
Well, so we would
Yeah,
have
it would be, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because the second last session, if I'm pulling up my calendar, would be the June 7th. And then the very last session, if we did the 2 weeks, would have been June 21st.
Alright. I might end up having to do it from home.
I mean, we can move it. Like, honestly, like, I don't mind.
Well, if we do
It's
move
the day
it,
before my birthday anyway.
if we do move it, I'll probably be busy on the 28th and the 5th. So I don't know. Maybe we just do it. We'll see. We'll figure it out then.
Yeah, you just let me know. That's fine.
I have a fucking beast of a laptop. It's almost as powerful as my PC, so I could do it. It's just a work laptop, so I have to think around that.
True.
Yeah, it's fine, whatever.
Yeah. Just move your B-day, duh. Yeah, my birthday's on the 22nd. I actually have to go to a work event on my birthday. It kind of sucks. But
everybody's birthday is in the spring or September. Like in the world. Actually,
there's no summer birthdays.
Have you ever seen the birthday distribution chart?
No.
There's no desktop space. I'm desperately... okay, fine. I'll just close a window.
You can send it to me later. I will probably have to close pretty soon. I gotta go make my lunch.
Well, I'm just putting it in book club.
Okay, perfect.
Not that it has anything to do with books, but...
Mm-hmm. It does now.
Everybody's born in September. But
no summer birthdays, not allowed.
But it feels like most people I know are born in May or like August, September.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And one of the least popular times for babies is my birthday. And what's interesting is almost 0 people are born on December 24 and 25, which makes me wonder,
I know,
if that's a planning thing or that's literally all hold it in until or take it up prematurely just so they don't have to have their birthday on Christmas, or lying.
True. I know one person who has it on the 24th. So fair.
Also, apparently nobody fucking July 4th. Yeah, July 4th is another blank spot. America. This is for America, specifically.
Yeah. No other countries exist.
Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And January 1st is like 0 as well for some reason. Oh wait, no.
That's interesting.
New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
Nobody's having babies on New Year's Eve. They just had sex on New Year's Eve. So that's why all the babies come out in September.
Yeah, true.
Right? That's 9 months, right?
What is it, 9 months?
What is it, 9 months?
Shh, it's
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, no, I'm counting it out too.
Of course it is. It's fucking January is the first month. It is September.
It's the 9th month. Yeah, it is. Cool. Problem solved.
So it's Christmas and New Year's sex that all parents have. Now you get to think about your parents having sex. All right, let's
close it out. All right, so do you want me to? I think I ended off, and then I said the outro,
we
and
need
then
to do an outro.
Concluded.
Yeah, let's do it.
Outro, yeah. Okay, so
welcome.
Fortitude
to Jurassic Park.
Jurassic Park. I can math. Okay. All right. So
I can't math.
So we'll be reading.
I can math.
Well, no, you'll be doing you'll say what we're reading next, I guess. So that's 62 to 70 something. To 77. No, to 76. Okay.
I appreciate you didn't see that.
I'm gonna watch the VOD.
I'll edit it out.
Alright, fair. Okay. And that was our third reading, where we covered chapters 42 to 61. Thanks so much for watching.
Yeah. Next reading.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Didn't realize I was supposed to talk.
No, I should have been more clear. Okay. I was hoping that I would say that this is what we did, and then you could say this is what we're going to read. which is I think 62 to 76.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And that was our third reading of The Name of the Wind, where we covered chapters 42 to 61. Thanks so much for watching.
Next time, we are going to be reading chapters 62 to 76, I believe. And then we'll be having discussion, and that will be our penultimate reading, too. So, for this book. And then we get to figure out which book we read next. So that'll be exciting.
Yeah.
And
Maybe
also,
we'll have a name for our book club by then.
yeah. And also check for the YouTube video if that's something you are, if that's your thing, you know, like you're into it, you know. A little bit.
A little bit. Thanks so much. A little bit. Did you want to do that again? Or
That's fine.
I'm okay with it.
I don't mind.
Okay.
You just gotta like fade out with me laughing.
Yeah, that's fine. All right. Shall we sort out who to raid? Do a double raid?
Oh shit. Well, nobody's watching me anyway,
shit.
so I'll just raid you, and then you raid them.
Let's see. Ooh, Super Shigi's on. That's nice. Oh, Damon's on.
He is? I can't hear him.
He is.
He's not shouting.
He's being very quiet today. Good raid, Damon. Oh my god.
Raider
Thank you for the
coming
raid,
in
BT
hot.
Lebs. Holy shit.
It's me and
Unexpected.
and Nightbot or whatever. Stream Elements. Whichever
Give
one
me
it
a
is.
shout out anyway. It's not gonna give sure the shout out.
Alright, bye my stream. Peace.